Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became a Kamen Rider? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Origin Prologue. Childhood Innocent. 3 children could be seen running towards the Sandy Park playground, their laughter echoing through the quiet neighborhood. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as they dashed forward. Leading the group was a young boy with fluffy dark green hair, his eyes bright with excitement. "Come on, Kaken Shichen," he called, rallying his friends as he sprinted ahead. Trailing close behind was a blond boy with wild, spiky hair, Kaken. His fierce grin matched his competitive spirit. "I'm not gonna lose this time, Izuku," he shouted back, his voice filled with equal determination and excitement. The third child, Shikchan, was a girl with dark green hair like the first boy, but hers was straight and short rather than his scruffy, fluffy hair. Unlike the two boys, she maintained a calm and composed demeanor, her pace steady as she followed them both. "Oniai-chan, slow down. The park isn't going anywhere, you know," she said in a flat tone towards Izuku, her older brother. I know, Shikchan." Izuku laughed off her chastising, but he still kept running with his short legs toward the park itself. On the other hand, Kaken took the opportunity of the distracted Izuku to dash past him. "See ya at the top, Deku," he yelled over his shoulder, using the nickname he often teased Izuku with. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized Kaken was now ahead. "Hey, no fair," he cried, pushing himself to run faster. Shikchan shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips as she watched the two boys race each other. Izuku dashed even harder than before, trying to catch up with the blonde boy's advance while leaving his younger sister behind. Shikchan just stared at the two boys' antics with a slightly annoyed look but soon sighed at it. She was already used to the competitive nature of these two best friends. Meanwhile, both Izuku and Kaken continued to race each other. They were neck and neck, trying to be the first to reach the park. Soon, they were getting closer and closer to the park itself, just a few meters away. They both could see the giant jungle gym from afar. It seemed that both children would reach the park at the same time, resulting in a draw, but Izuku had a wild idea cross his mind in the heat of the moment. As they were just a few meters away from the entrance of the park, Izuku, with his short legs, leaped with all of his might. Kaken soon realized what Izuku had just done. He was in shock, mouth wide agape, upon seeing Izuku's leap. The young green-haired boy was in midair as his body propelled forward even faster. Time seemed to slow down for both of them. Then, Izuku's propelled body passed through the entrance of the park first, but he landed quite roughly, ragdolling for a bit before finally stopping with a heavy thud. He was laid bare on the rough and sandy surface of the park. "Izuku!" Kaken shouted in panic. He quickly approached the boy lying on the ground with a distressed and worried expression. When Kaken finally reached Izuku, he quickly knelt down to check on his condition, only to find a grinning Izuku. I win." Kaken could only stare at Izuku in disbelief before smacking his head. "Ow!" Izuku yelped in pain from being hit on the head by Kaken. He quickly got up to clutch his throbbing head. "What was that for?" "That's for making me worry, idiot." "What the heck does that mean?" "I meant what I meant, Deku." You're not making sense." Both Izuku and Kaken started bickering with each other, with Kaken even using Izuku's mocking nickname, Deku, to boot. Shikchan had just arrived at the park, only to find the two boys butting heads with each other. "What are you guys doing?" she asked in the same flat tone, with a slight expression of disbelief. Kaken crossed his arms and glared at Izuku. "Deku, you're being reckless again." Izuku frowned, standing his ground. "I was not. I had it calculated in my head, the risk and the reward and whatnot," he said with an arrogant tone. Kaken scoffed. "That was still you being an idiot." Izuku retorted quickly, "I'm not an idiot. You're the idiot for not understanding my amazing idea." Both boys continued bickering as they butted heads again. Shikchan sighed, looking at them with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Would you guys stop your lovers' quarrel? Izuku blinked in confusion, pulling back from Kaken. Lovers' quarrel? What's that? Shik-chan smirked slightly. It's something I heard from Mom's soap opera drama. It's basically… Stop! Before she could explain, Kaken quickly approached her and clamped his hand over her mouth, stopping her from saying more. Shishan's words turned into muffled sounds against his hand. Don't listen to her, Izuku. Kaken said, his face flushed a deep red like a tomato. Izuku looked at Shik-chan, still muffled under Kaken's hand, with confusion, and then looked back to Kaken. Why is your face red, Kaken? Izuku asked innocently, not understanding the implication behind his expression. His comment made Kaken's blush deepen. My face is not red, dumbass. What? But your face is definitely red. I am not. Yes, you are. Shik-chan finally managed to pull Kaken's hand away as he was distracted with another bickering match with Izuku. She had a small smirk on her face. Oni-chan, you're so clueless. What? Izuku muttered dumbfoundedly, still confused about what was happening. Forget about it. Let's play the hero game already. Kaken quickly changed the subject before Shik-chan could explain more about the meaning of her words. Izuku, still a bit confused at first, then turned excited upon hearing the mention of the hero game. That's right. Izuku exclaimed excitedly. Since I'm the first to reach the park, I'll be all might. He struck a heroic pose, puffing out his chest proudly and raising both arms to flex his thin, scrawny kid muscles, imitating the signature stance of his favorite hero, All Might, Japan's #1 hero. Then, he pointed his finger at Kaken, who still had a slight blush on his face from earlier. Kaken, you'll be Endeavor. Izuku declared with enthusiasm, selfishly assigning his best friend as the #2 hero, Endeavor. Kaken was startled by the sudden attention from Izuku, but could only grumble in irritation. Fine. I'll be Endeavor this time. Izuku then turned to Shik-chan and pointed at her. Shik-chan, since you're the last to arrive, you'll be the villain this time. Shik-chan deadpanned, again? Fine. Hearing his sister's agreement made him grin widely. He then quickly ran to the jungle gym and skillfully climbed the metal structure in just a few seconds. Both Kaken and Shik-chan knew what was going to happen as they both had exasperated expressions. Izuku then posed once again as his favorite hero, All Might, on top of the jungle gym as he pointed his finger to the sky. Never fear, citizens. Because I'm here. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. Hey, DemonKingAkuma here. I wrote this fanfiction last month. This was something I had always had in mind for quite a long time, but I never really had the time or the writing skills to make it happen. But after being an author for roughly half a year, I finally found the courage to actually write this. I've always been a fan of both the My Hero Academia series and the Kamen Rider series, so this combination was something I always dreamed of. And here we are. I'm going to tell you a bit more about the story behind this creation, so hopefully, for more, comment. Chapter 2, Origin Prologue, A Promise Towards Dread. The three children played together cheerfully until the sun began to dip toward evening. Exhausted but satisfied, Izuku and Kaken lay on the ground, catching their breath, while Shik-chan crouched near them, watching their tired but content expressions with a small smile. Man, that was fun. Izuku exclaimed between breaths. Yeah. Kaken agreed, his chest rising and falling with each breath. They both stared at the orange evening sky for a moment, enjoying the peaceful moment. Izuku broke the silence, his curiosity getting the better of him. I wonder what kind of quirk we'll get, Izuku mused aloud. Kaken shrugged slightly. I don't know. Maybe something like what our parents have. Both my mom and dad can produce liquid from their skin, but only my dad can make it explode. My mom just produces this weird slimy liquid. Hee hee, Izuku chuckled at the description Kaken gave. That sounds weird and yucky, he said jokingly, earning a chuckle from Kaken. Dad has a fire-breathing quirk, and Mom can pull objects toward her, so maybe you would get either one of them, Oni-chan. Shik-chan interjected casually into their conversation, explaining briefly while referring to both her and Izuku's parents. Kaken nodded in agreement. Yeah, quirks can be inherited, but they can sometimes manifest differently from your parents, or you might get a combination of both. Izuku listened attentively, absorbing all the information. He lay back on the ground, staring up at the orange sky again, imagining the possibilities of what kind of quirk he might develop. I hope I get a strong quirk, like All Might or Endeavor, Izuku said dreamily. Kaken smiled faintly, sharing Izuku's excitement. Shikchan herself only stared at the two best friends with a content expression. Katsuki! A voice suddenly called out Kaken's real name, startling them. They turned to see a appealing blonde woman who looked quite similar to Katsuki himself. It was, of course, none other than his mother, standing at the park entrance. Katsuki realized his mother was calling him home. He glanced back at Izuku and Shikchan. Guess I gotta go, Katsuki said reluctantly, getting to his feet. See ya tomorrow. Both Izuku and Shikchan looked at Katsuki and his mother as they left the park together. At the same time, another woman approached the park. She was also a appealing woman, but her hair was straight and long, dark green, similar to Izuku's and Shishan's hair. She nodded a greeting to Katsuki's mother as they exchanged pleasantries before Katsuki and his mother left the park. She then looked toward Izuku and Shishan's direction. Izuku! Chisa! Come on home, dinner is ready, the woman called out to them. She was, of course, their mother, Enko. Both Izuku and Chisa realized that their mother was calling them home. They looked at each other, their faces lighting up with shared understanding. Izuku smiled at Chisa. Let's go home, Shikchan. Okay, Oniine, she replied with a small smile on her face. They quickly ran to their mother, who was waiting at the park entrance. You two are hungry after all that playing, right? Inko asked with a warm smile. Yeah, they answered in unison. Izuku's voice was enthusiastic, while Chisa's response was in her usual flat tone, but a small smile could be seen on her mouth. Taking their mother's hands, one on each side, the three of them began to walk back home. As they were walking, a previous thought clouded Izuku's mind. The thought of what kind of quirk he would eventually get. Izuku tugged his mother's hand and called for her attention. He looked up at his mother Inko with his curiosity getting the better of him. Mom, when will our quirks manifest? He asked timidly. His question surprised Inko. Chisa, too, glanced up at her, a look of anticipation on her nearly neutral expression. Inko paused for a moment, thinking of how best to answer her son's question. She herself had been wondering when her two children would manifest their quirks. Their world revolved heavily around quirks, a quirk society. Whether they liked it or not, quirks played a huge factor in how one fared in the world. A good quirk could significantly elevate one's social status, while a bad quirk could potentially lead to one's downfall. Then there were the quirkless, those unfortunate enough to be born without any quirks in a world where quirks could decide one's fate. She had heard how the quirkless were somewhat shunned by the normal quirk users. It was one of the fears that Inko had as a mother, fearing that her children would be discriminated against by society, whether they had a bad quirk or no quirk at all. Mom! Izuku called her, breaking her out of her deep thought. Weiss, dear. So, when will my quirk manifest? Izuku asked again with the same timid tone. It was honestly a bit overwhelming for her to answer such a question as quirks were still being researched even today, but she had to at least try to answer her child's question. Your quirks will manifest naturally on their own, dear, she said gently. So, you shouldn't worry too much about it. Izuku, however, didn't look completely satisfied. His shoulders slumped a little as he absorbed her words. He hung his head low, still left with a feeling of unease. Seeing her son's disappointment, Inko felt a pang of guilt. She quickly thought of an idea to lift his spirits. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She remembered that Izuku's birthday was in a few days. While she had already planned a celebration and a gift for his birthday, she realized she could give him an additional surprise. Izuku, Inko called his name softly, catching his attention. After a brief pause, she smiled at him. How about we do a quirk inspection testing at the local clinic? Quirk inspection testing? Izuku repeated, his eyes widening with curiosity. Yup. His mother's smile grew at his intrigue. It's a test to see if we can get any early signs of what your quirk might be. Izuku's face lit up with both hope and excitement. Really? We can do that? Of course, Inko said, feeling a sense of relief and joy at his renewed enthusiasm. We can go the day after tomorrow. How does that sound? Awesome! Izuku exclaimed, his previous worries forgotten. Seeing his smile was a joy for his mother. Chisa, still holding her mother's hand, also tugged her hand a bit and looked up at her. Can I do the test too? She also asked timidly. Yes, Chisa. Both of you can do it, Inko assured her, giving her a warm smile. Her daughter might not show much, but there was a slight smile on her expression. Of course, as her mother, she could see it quite clearly. With that promise, the three of them continued their walk home, the children chattering excitedly about the upcoming test, and their mother smiling as she listened, grateful for the chance to make them happy. But that happiness wouldn't last long. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. I've written this fanfiction last month, when I was in a rut with my original novel. If you haven't already known, I'm the author of the web novel Reincarnated as a Grunt number 703, a story about an average Joe who died and reincarnated in a superhero world. But instead of being a hero or a villain, he was just the grunt of the villain instead. Why did I have a rut with that? The thing was, I realized how much I had been lacking as an author. I reread that novel of mine and realized how bad it was. From the start. It's one of those things you begin to notice when you get better and look back at your past work. And it was so bad that it made me really depressed. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Zero comment. Chapter 3, Origin Prologue, The Revelation of Those Born Unfortunate. Izuku, Chisa, and their mother, Inko, had visited the local clinic for a quirk inspection testing, a pivotal clinical assessment aimed at determining the unique abilities, or quirks, of young children like Izuku and Chisa. Inko had scheduled this testing in hopes of discovering the latent quirk potential within her children, hoping that they would have a quirk that would help them fit into society. At the very least, she hoped her children would have a normal, even mundane quirk, such as hers, which was just normal object attraction or pulling. She didn't want her children to have a potentially dangerous quirk, even if her son wanted to have such a quirk for his aspiration to be a hero, an aspiration that worried and distressed her greatly. Both Izuku and Chisa then underwent a series of rigorous tests, including physical examinations, neurological assessments, and even an X-ray scan to probe for any signs of quirk manifestation. The clinic was bustling with activity, but after the tests were completed, the doctor requested a private discussion with Inko and Izuku, leaving Chisa to wait in the lobby among other patients and clinic staff. As Chisa sat patiently, her thoughts swirled with curiosity and concern for her brother. She watched the clock on the wall ticking by, observing the comings and goings in the clinic and trying to decipher the muted conversations around her. Meanwhile, in a quiet examination room down the hall, Inko and Izuku awaited the doctor's verdict with a mixture of apprehension and hope, especially for Izuku. They each sat on stools that had been kindly provided. Inko had not yet received the results for either of her two children. She was worried that there might be something wrong with their quirks, particularly her son's, as the doctor had specifically asked to speak with Izuku alone instead of with Chisa as well. What if my son has a dangerous quirk? Inko's thoughts were in turmoil as she began to imagine a few bad scenarios that could result in Izuku being ostracized by society. Ma'am? The doctor's voice interrupted her deep thoughts. Mom? She also felt a light tug at her side and heard her son's voice, breaking her reverie. Inko looked to her side and saw the anxious and scared expression on Izuku's face. She then looked forward to find the elderly doctor already sitting comfortably in his office chair, leaning back casually. The doctor's relaxed demeanor in this tense situation seemed out of place to Inko. She hoped it was a good sign, but couldn't shake the feeling that the doctor himself was a bit strange. Either way, she had to face the doctor. Inko cleared her throat before speaking. Doctor, is there something about my son that I need to know? Concern was evident on her face. Yes, ma'am. There is something that you need to know about your son. He paused for a moment as he slightly swiveled his chair to his desk. He then pointed to a mounted light display above his desk, an already activated X-ray light box showing the bone structure of a foot. From the structure position of the foot itself, it was most likely of the left foot. Both Inko and Izuku looked at the X-ray scan with equal parts curiosity and confusion. They weren't sure why the doctor was showing them this X-ray of a foot, let alone knowing the owner of this foot's X-ray. Inko looked back at the doctor. "Doctor, what am I looking at?" she asked, unsure of its significance. "This is your son's X-ray scan, ma'am," he revealed. Hearing that this X-ray scan belonged to her son shocked Inko. She now realized it was taken as part of the quirk inspection testing. Though Izuku himself looked confused, Inko's heart raced with apprehension. With concern etched on her face, Inko asked, "What seems to be the problem with it? I've seen a few X-ray scans before, and the bone structure here doesn't seem to have any cracks or anomalies." The doctor then pointed at the scan again, specifically at the pinky toe on the left foot. "Here," he said, "notice the structure of the pinky toe." Inko squinted at the indicated area, but she still couldn't discern what he was trying to convey. "I don't see anything unusual," she admitted, her confusion evident. However, hearing her seemingly being uninformed of the situation made the doctor let out a sigh for a moment, further confusing Inko. Human evolution tends to discard parts of the body that are no longer useful, he began to explain. In this case, your son's pinky toe bone structure has an extra joint, which is considered to be useless according to current biological understanding. Inko furrowed her brows, uncertain why the doctor was delving into such details. Confusion tinged her expression as she tried to make sense of his words. She shifted uneasily in her seat, anxiety starting to build as she wondered where this explanation was leading. The doctor then pulled out another X-ray scan from his desk cabinet, as if he had prepared it beforehand. He placed it beside Izuku's X-ray scan, showing another left foot X-ray scan. "Now, look at this one," he said, pointing to the new scan. "This X-ray belongs to your daughter, Chisa," the doctor began, pointing to the new scan. "Chisa has inherited your quirk. She possesses the ability to attract or pull objects towards her," he revealed to the mother. Inko's eyes widened with relief for Chisa, knowing that her daughter had the same normal quirk as hers. Meanwhile, Izuku looked between his mother and the two X-rays, still trying to comprehend the situation. But the doctor's explanation wasn't over. "Notice the pinky toe bone structure of your daughter here." He pointed at the pinky toe on the X-ray scan. "It has one less joint than your son's." Inko examined the two X-ray scans of her children's feet. It dawned on her that they were indeed different. Her son's X-ray showed an extra joint in the pinky toe, whereas her daughter's X-ray revealed one less joint. It appeared as though the joint that should have been there had fused into a long, thin bone. He continued, "Those who have quirks are considered to be the next step in human evolution. This usually means that they lack these useless parts of their body, like the extra joint in the pinky toe." He then pointed back at Izuku's X-ray scan, specifically at the pinky toe bone joint. Izuku, hearing all this information, looked even more confused. He couldn't grasp the implications of what the doctor was saying. "What is the doctor saying, Mom?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Inko, however, had an expression of shock as realization dawned on her. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with dread. She had feared this outcome but had hoped against hope that it wouldn't be true. The doctor looked at her sympathetically before delivering the final blow. "Your son doesn't have a quirk." Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma, DemonKingAkuma. I realized how bad my writing had been for the first 30 chapters of that original series. And maybe even more. I felt so bad about it that people stumbled upon it and then left immediately, most likely disgusted by how bad it was. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 4. Origin Prologue, Cruel Fate. "Your son doesn't have a quirk," the doctor said solemnly too. "Both mother and son. Based on our tests and the presence of the extra joint in his pinky toe, he is quirkless." Inko felt her heart sink, her worst fears realized as the doctor's words echoed in her mind. She looked at Izuku, who stared back at the doctor with wide eyes, his young mind struggling to process the gravity of the revelation. Tears welled up in her eyes as she saw the confusion and hurt etched on her son's face. But there must be some mistake. Inko stammered, desperation creeping into her voice. See, can't we do more tests? Maybe it's just delayed. Maybe he's just a late bloomer. She tried to reason with the doctor, though deep down, she knew he couldn't change the outcome or give her son a quirk. The doctor shook his head gently. I'm sorry, ma'am. We've conducted all the necessary tests. While there are always rare exceptions, the likelihood is very low. It's important to prepare for the reality that your son might not develop a quirk at all. Izuku's eyes filled with tears as the realization finally dawned on him. He looked down at the floor, feeling a crushing weight of disappointment and fear. Seeing her son in such pain, Inko quickly hugged him tightly, trying to offer comfort even as her own heart broke. Yet, Izuku continued to cry into his mother's embrace. Inko's thoughts raced. How would her son fare in a society that prized quirks above all else? How could he achieve his dream of becoming a hero without a quirk? The future seemed uncertain, the challenges daunting. But she had to be strong. For her son. She pulled back slightly, lifting Izuku's chin to meet his eyes. They were filled with tears, and it took all her strength not to cry alongside him. Izuku, please look at me, she urged, gently coaxing his gaze. Finally, he lifted his eyes to meet hers. No matter what. You are my brave, amazing son, she said, her voice firm but laced with emotion. We will face this together. You can still do great things. With or without a quirk. Izuku's sobs gradually subsided, his breathing becoming steadier. He buried his face in his mother's shoulder, drawing comfort from her warmth and unwavering support. The storm of emotions within him slowly calmed, replaced by a fragile sense of peace as his mother's words began to sink in. After crying his eyes out in his mother's embrace, Izuku finally calmed down and stopped crying. He let go of his mom and sat still on the stool. Although he wasn't bawling anymore, he still had a downcast expression. After all, his biggest aspiration was to be a hero, and Izuku himself knew that you needed a useful quirk to be one. Since he didn't have a quirk to begin with, this aspiration would never come true. Suddenly, a hand touched his hair, rubbing and patting him gently. He looked up at the hand and, unsurprisingly, it was his mother's. Inko was trying to comfort Izuku once more. She didn't say anything, but her actions and reassuring expressions spoke to him personally, telling him that everything was going to be okay and that she would always support him. Seeing this expression from his mother, Izuku nodded, acknowledging her support. They both then looked back toward the doctor who had been silently watching the mother and son, waiting for them to come to terms with their situation. Midoriya-san, young boy, the doctor addressed the mother and son, his tone calm and understanding. I offer you both my condolences. I apologize as well that I could not help the young boy to have his own quirk. No, I should be the one to apologize. Inko bowed her head slightly, showing her regret. I apologize for asking the impossible. I already knew that quirks are not something that can be given or taken away easily, but I couldn't help but hope that my son would at least have a normal quirk. Inko then raised her head and looked at Izuku. While he was not showing tears or a sad expression, he was just sitting there quietly, staring blankly at nothing. It seemed to her that he was contemplating what his life would be like now. Seeing this expression pained her deeply. Just want Izuku to live a normal life, she stated, voicing her sole wish for her son. I understand, Midoriya-san, the doctor nodded. I wish you both the best of luck for the future. With that, the doctor signaled the end of Izuku's consultation. Thank you, doctor. She bowed her head once again in courtesy. Izuku, seeing his mother bowing, also bowed as well. Chisa was sitting in the waiting room of the clinic, staring aimlessly at the white, clean interior, swinging her legs on the bench that was taller than her. Then she saw, at the end of the hallway, her mother and older brother walking towards her spot in the waiting room. Seeing this, she quickly slid off the tall bench and approached them. Mom, Onion, she called to them, but she realized that they both were acting a bit strange. They both had downcast expressions, particularly her brother. Chisa, while still a child who barely understood the world, could at least recognize that the expressions both her mother and her older brother were showing were, in fact, expressions of sadness. "What's wrong?" she asked with concern. Izuku averted his eyes from Chisa's. He wasn't in the right mindset to speak about his current problem. Or to be precise, his current status as quirkless. His aversion only confused Chisa more. Chisa then looked at her mother, hoping she would explain what had happened to her older brother. "Nothing to worry about, Chisa." Inko tried to force a smile, not wanting to make Chisa even more worried. Chisa herself knew that her mother was forcing it, but she understood that this wasn't the right time to ask if they both were not ready. "Okay." Her mother now actually smiled a genuine smile, seeing that her daughter was understanding of their situation. "Let's go home," she said to her two children. Soon, the three of them walked out of the clinic, each child holding their mother's hand on either side, thanking the clinic's staff for their hospitality as they left. The walk back to their home felt quiet. It was not the same kind of walk the three of them used to have before, and Inko felt that. The energy and happiness they used to have before were now missing. She was now wondering if this was going to be the norm from here on out. "No. Don't think like that, Inko." Inko chastised herself in her own mind. "You'll make sure your two children are going to be the happiest kids in the world." She motivated herself, grasping her children's hands tightly. "Mom?" Izuku realized that his mother was squeezing his and Chisa's hands. It wasn't hurting, but it was a bit surprising for both of them. It's okay, dear. Nothing's wrong." She reassured her two children. But then a thought crossed her mind, an idea to cheer up her children. "Izuku, Chisa, let's go grab some ice dash." Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing could be heard from Inko's small bag that she had been carrying. It was her phone. "Kids, sorry, wait for a moment, okay? I need to pick up my phone really quick." She let go of her two children's hands and rummaged through her bag. She quickly pulled out her buzzing smartphone and saw on the screen an unusual caller. David? It was the contact of one of her husband's coworkers. She had this person's number because her husband, Hisashi, had specified that if anything happened and she couldn't contact him, Inko could contact this man instead. But she was the one being contacted instead. A dreadful thought crossed her mind and heart, but she had to face it. Otherwise, the phone would continue ringing, bringing more dread into herself. So, she answered the call. "Hello, Midoriya, Inko speaking." "Yes, Mr. David?" Both Izuku and Chisa looked up at their mother as she suddenly focused on her phone, speaking to the person on the other end. They both saw that their mother had a rather wary expression. "Hisashi? Is there something wrong with my husband?" she asked the man on the phone, her expression turning serious at the mention of her husband. "Mom?" Izuku asked his mother in worry, but she paid no heed to his call, only focusing on listening to her phone. This only made him and Chisa more worried. But then, her expression turned into pure shock as she listened to what the person on the other end of the call just announced to her. "Hisashi died?" Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. It made me wonder if I'm cut out to be an author. I feel like I have a good imagination, but at the same time, I also feel inadequate. My other novel, my very first novel, was something created out of passion for my hobby, but even at that time, I realized it was even worse than this second original of mine. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Chapter 5. Origin Prologue, Morning Without You. Crowds of people, wearing black-colored formal suits and clothes, had gathered at the funeral hall in Mizudafu City. They were all here for a wake, to mourn the passing of a certain individual. In front of the hall, on a simple white-cloth table, rested a lone photo of a man. A modest urn was placed in front of the photo, surrounded by a sea of flowers. A long vertical banner stood beside the table, displaying the Japanese kanji words. Midoriya Hisashi. The gathered people were relatives and acquaintances of the deceased man. They sat in rows of chairs inside the hall, most in silence, while some whispered to each other in hushed tones. A Buddhist priest stood solemnly before the table adorned with the deceased man's photo, chanting prayers and sutras for the peaceful journey of the deceased man, Hisashi. Meanwhile, behind the priest stood the family of the deceased. Inko, Hisashi's wife, stood with tears streaming down her face, grieving the loss of her husband. His elderly parents, who had come from their countryside village, or, to be precise, his own mother, were weeping silently, mourning the son she had outlived. Chisa, the young daughter of the late Hisashi and Inko, had already grasped the gravity of death and was shedding tears alongside her mother. Only two among them did not cry. The late Hisashi's father stood with a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the photo of his son, his emotions hidden behind a stoic facade. Izuku, the deceased man's son, hung his head low, refusing to meet his father's image that showed his kind gaze onto him. They all awaited their turn to offer incense to the urn, a final farewell to the memory of Hisashi. But one thing that stood out at this wake was the absence of Hisashi's body at his own funeral. The funeral had proceeded promptly after the wake. Because there was no body to cremate, whispers floated among the attendees. I heard he died overseas. Such a tragedy. They couldn't even find his body. Imagine how his family must feel. Young Izuku overheard these murmurs, his expression turning even more somber. He was still struggling to grasp the concepts of life and death, unable to comprehend not being able to see his father one last time because his body was either missing or destroyed overseas. More voices joined the conversation. I heard he was caught in the crossfire between a hero and a villain. Seriously? That's quite tragic. Heroes are supposed to save people, right? What happened to protecting the innocent? The rumors weighed heavily on Izuku. He had once dreamed of becoming a hero himself, but just a few days ago, he was diagnosed as quirkless. Izuku knew how futile it was for someone without any quirk to dream of being a hero. But now, if what he was hearing was true, if heroes with their quirks couldn't even save his dad, what was the point of becoming a hero to begin with? That was the young boy's solemn thought as he waited for his turn to offer incense to his late father's urn. Among the attendees sat Katsuki, flanked by both of his parents in the second row of chairs. They too mourned deeply, especially his parents at the loss of a dear friend. Katsuki's keen ears also caught wind of the whispers about heroes and their failures. He clenched his fists, conflicted and troubled by the implications that heroes couldn't save someone so important to his best friend. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy with grief and unanswered questions as they all waited to bid farewell to Midoriya Hisashi, a man whose absence now left a void in their hearts and a cloud of uncertainty over their understanding of heroes and their role in society. A few days later, inside a dimly lit room, young Izuku sat quietly at his PC table, the bright screen of the monitor the only source of light. He blankly stared at the screen, which showed online videos of All Might's past heroic deeds and actions. Izuku didn't react whatsoever. No smile, no frown, no anger, no tears. Just a blank stare as he watched video reels after video reels of the almighty #1 superhero of Japan. Was he wondering, in his childlike mind, whether All Might had the chance to save his late father? Or was he just imagining what it would be like to have a powerful quirk like All Might so he could protect his family? Nobody knew for sure what Izuku was thinking right now. Meanwhile, his mother, Inko, peeked through a small opening in his room's door. Her heart ached as she saw her son sitting there, isolated in his grief. "Izuku," she muttered solemnly, her voice barely above a whisper, reflecting the sorrow she felt at seeing her son's current state. It had been a few days since her husband's funeral. She was still mourning his passing, but she was also deeply worried about her son. Not only had Izuku received the horrifying revelation that he was quirkless almost a week ago, but he had also found out on the same day that his father had passed away. The double blow had left him in a state of emotional numbness that she didn't know how to break through. Her daughter, Chisa, was also struck by the loss of her father, but she was already showing signs of recovering from the shock. Inko wondered if Chisa was already wiser than her age, as she seemed to understand most of the implications of life and death. However, Inko worried that her daughter might be keeping her feelings to herself, trying to be strong for everyone else. But right now, what she worried about most was what she should do about her son's current state. She was perplexed about how to handle Izuku. She wanted to comfort him, to hug him tenderly and say that everything would be okay. But at the same time, she felt like she would be lying if she tried to comfort her son like that. How could she promise that everything would be all right when they had lost so much? Inko. A voice suddenly called her. She looked back to the source of the voice and saw her mother-in-law standing there, her expression filled with understanding and concern. Mother. Inko answered to her mother-in-law's call. She was already quite close to her mother-in-law, as her late husband Hisashi had encouraged that connection. We need to talk. Her mother-in-law said in a soft voice. She understood that Inko and her 2 children were currently having a hard time accepting the new reality they were facing. But that we need to talk about you and your children's future, dear. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. And it made me quite depressed for a while and made me think about how I should proceed further. Do I have what it takes to be an author? Luckily, some people actually liked what I made. And it made me really happy to know that there are those willing to give me a chance. And I saw those people still hanging around till the latest chapter. It made me really glad that I was an author. That some people actually do want to see my creations. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 6, Origin Prologue, Confession of Fear. Inko and her mother-in-law walked into her apartment's living room, where her father-in-law was already waiting. He sat silently on the couch, his eyes closed in contemplation. Inko had never thought much about the appearance of her in-laws before, but now she found herself considering how her late husband, Hisashi, had been shaped by their influence. Her mother-in-law had a timeless beauty. Despite the wrinkles on her visage and the graying straight shoulder-length hair, she retained a lively and youthful vitality. She could easily be mistaken for a woman in her 40s, even though she was in her 60s. Perhaps it was the countryside living or the regular physical LBR of farming that kept her so vibrant. Her father-in-law, on the other hand, was an imposing figure. With short, ruffled gray hair and deep wrinkles etched into his stern face, he looked like someone straight out of a fighting game. His hulking, muscular frame, tall stature, and broad shoulders were intimidating. People at Hisashi's funeral had been startled by his presence, some even mistaking him for a Yakuza member. As Inko gazed at him, she couldn't help but wonder if he had once been a superhero. His physique might suggest as much, but of course, that was just from appearance alone. In truth, Hisashi had mentioned that his family ran a dojo for kids in the countryside, which explained his father's formidable build. It also explained why Hisashi himself had been quite muscular, having trained in martial arts at his family dojo from a young age under his own father's guidance. Her mother-in-law gently placed a hand on her shoulder, bringing her back to the present. Inko, we need to discuss the future, she said softly, her eyes filled with understanding. Inko nodded, feeling a mix of gratitude and apprehension toward her mother-in-law. She remembered the first time Hisashi had introduced her to his parents, and now, even with Hisashi gone, they were still the same people who understood her circumstances. Her mother-in-law took a seat beside her father-in-law on the long couch, while Inko sat in the single chair beside it. Once they had settled comfortably, her father-in-law finally opened his eyes and looked at her with a stern gaze. A normal person might have been intimidated by her father-in-law's glare, and she had been at first. But over time, she had learned through her husband that this was just his natural expression. Inko, her father-in-law greeted her with an equally stern voice. To Inko, however, that sternness wasn't born of hate or contempt. Yes, father? What is your plan for the future? He asked without hesitation. Inko was a bit taken aback by the directness of the question, but she wasn't surprised. Her mother-in-law had already revealed the topic of their discussion, and Inko had been pondering it herself. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet found a solid answer. Still not quite sure what I should do, father. Mother, Inko replied honestly, looking from her father-in-law to her mother-in-law. I've been thinking about it since I heard the news of Hisashi's death. Every possible scenario for Izuku and Chisa. And even for me. Both her in-laws listened attentively, giving her the space to continue. I want the best future for both Izuku and Chisa, Inko said, her head hanging low as she contemplated her situation. With Hisashi's departure, I need to step up and find a proper job that will provide for both Izuku and Chisa and ensure their education. Their future. Inko clutched her chest, her heart aching from the pain. But I also don't want to leave them both alone while I'm busy trying to put food on the table. She held back tears, recalling the expressions of both her children, especially Izuku. I am afraid of what would happen to them if I'm not there when they need me most. She continued, tears slowly escaping from her eyes, and I'm afraid that I might face the same fate as Hisashi, and they would lose their mother as well. A sudden noise interrupted her thoughts. From the corner of the room, there was a clattering sound as an object hit the floor. All heads turned to see Izuku standing there, his face pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and guilt. He had been listening the entire time to her confession of fear. Inko stood up in shock that her son had been listening to her worries. She did not have any intention of letting him or Chisa know about this to avoid making them worry about her, but it seemed that it was already too late for that. Izuku. Inko's voice trembled as she reached out to him. Dear, it's okay. Mommy is just discussing some adult stuff with your grandpa and grandma dash. But Izuku, seemingly overwhelmed by the emotions and revelations of his mother's fear, turned on his heel and bolted out of the apartment. Izuku, wait! Inko cried out, scrambling to her feet. Come back! Inko's father-in-law, equally shocked, stood up abruptly, while her mother-in-law gasped in surprise. They all rushed to the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of Izuku, but he was already gone, the door of the apartment wide open. Her heart pounded with fear and worry as she stood in the doorway. She quickly went through the door of her apartment and tried looking left and right to the corridor of the apartment building, calling out for him. Izuku! Izuku, please come back! But her calls echoed unanswered in the empty apartment corridor. Izuku had disappeared from the apartment building, leaving his mother and grandparents behind in a state of panic and concern. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. After seeing their support, I realized that maybe there's still a chance. Maybe there can be a way to salvage my current original novel. So, after careful consideration, I decided to continue with my current original novel while also planning to rework the first 20 chapters from the 10th to the 30th, which I rated as the worst part of my story. Not only because the writing was rushed and weird, but its pacing and structure were all over the place. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 7. Origin Prologue. No more playing heroes. The young boy Izuku ran as fast as he could, his small feet pounding against the quiet, empty suburban street. He ignored the orange, appealing evening sky, his focus solely on escaping the turmoil inside him. The world around him blurred as he pushed his short child legs to their limit. He didn't know where he was running to. Nor did he care. He just needed to run as far as possible, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. The weight of his emotions drove him further. He was overwhelmed with a sense of weakness and helplessness. He felt like the most useless son in the world, having just made his own mother worry about him. As the eldest son, he was supposed to be there for both his mother and his sister, especially now that his father was gone. The words of his father suddenly echoed in his mind, haunting him. Izuku, protect your mother and sister in my stead while I'm away, okay? That was the last thing his father had said to him before leaving for work that final time. Before leaving them forever. His father had entrusted him with the role of protector for their little family. But now, not only was he quirkless, he had also made his mother fearful and worried. The young boy Izuku kept running and running until his legs grew tired and he finally had to stop. Coincidentally, he found himself at the empty public park where he, Katsuki, and Chisa used to play. He gazed at the park with a pensive expression and slowly stepped inside. Memories of his time with Katsuki and Chisa flooded his mind. Memories of their fun times together, playing around, pretending to be heroes. That last memory ached deeply in his heart, and finally he let the tears fall. Izuku cried for the first time in what felt like forever. He cried as he faced the reality of his weakness and uselessness. Izuku? What are you doing here? A familiar voice broke through his sobs. Izuku quickly rubbed the tears from his eyes, trying his hardest to hide them before turning around. There stood Katsuki, a worried expression on his face. Had Katsuki heard about him running away from home? Had he seen him crying in the middle of this empty public park? Katsuki, Izuku replied, his voice trembling. He didn't even use his friend's endearing nickname like he used to, nor did he bother to look back at his friend. He didn't want him to see that he had been crying. Katsuki took a few steps closer, his usually confident demeanor softened by concern. Izuku, what happened? Are you crying? Izuku was taken aback by his best friend's exact prediction. He was indeed crying, but he didn't want to show it to his best friend. He didn't want Katsuki to see him at his weakest and most helpless. No, I wasn't crying. Izuku tried to lie, but Katsuki wasn't exactly an idiot nor blind. Izuku. Katsuki's voice was gentle but firm. Katsuki knew that Izuku was definitely crying, and it was most likely because of his father's passing away. He couldn't exactly understand the pain that Izuku was going through as his own father was still alive, but he understood that losing someone precious to you would be quite devastating for anyone. Izuku, please cheer up, okay? Katsuki tried to reassure Izuku, but Izuku himself still didn't want to face him. Seeing this made Katsuki even more worried for him, so he had to think of something that might cheer him up. Then an idea crossed through his head as he remembered the fun times he, Izuku, and Chisa had when they played together. Izuku, let's play hero versus villain, exclaimed Katsuki with a cheerful tone. But he didn't realize that was a big mistake. Hero. Izuku echoed his word, but the word itself was filled with venom. Katsuki was startled a bit as he sensed the slight venom in Izuku's word. He knew it had something to do with the rumor of Izuku's father getting killed because he was caught in a crossfire between a hero fighting a villain, but still, he thought that reminding Izuku of his dream might cheer him up a bit. Weiss, you can be the hero this time. And I'll even play the villain dash. Shut up. Huh. Katsuki was shocked when he heard Izuku. What do you mean dash? Just shut up. Izuku? I don't want to play this hero game anymore. Izuku? But why? Isn't this your favorite? No, it's not. I hate playing hero. Katsuki took a step back, his eyes wide with surprise and hurt. Izuku, what are you talking about? You've always loved heroes. Izuku clenched his fists, his tears flowing freely now. No, Katsuki. I don't. Not anymore. I can't be a hero. I'm useless. I'm quirkless. Quirkless? Katsuki was shocked when he heard the last revelation of Izuku being quirkless. He couldn't believe his best friend didn't have a quirk. And no way. That's a lie. You can't be quirkless. This was news to him. Katsuki couldn't accept the fact that Izuku was quirkless. What do you mean, Izuku? How can you be quirkless? There's no way. It's true. Izuku shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. I don't have a quirk, and I never will. I'm just a useless, quirkless nobody. Katsuki shook his head, trying to process what he was hearing. But if you're quirkless, you can't be a hero dash. Katsuki soon regretted those words the moment they left his mouth. See. Izuku's voice was barely above a whisper, filled with bitterness. Even you understand how useless I am. No, Izuku, that's not what I meant. Katsuki tried to backtrack, his own eyes starting to water. You can still be a hero. You can try your hardest and dash. Stop it. Izuku cut him off, turning away. Even the heroes with quirks couldn't save my dad. They can't save everyone. How could a useless, quirkless kid like me be a hero? I don't want to be a hero. Don't say that. Katsuki's voice was desperate now, his heart breaking at his friend's pain. You're not useless. You can be anything you want to be, quirk or no quirk. Shut up, Katsuki. Izuku screamed, his voice raw with emotion. Just leave me alone. Katsuki felt tears rolling down his cheeks, his best friend's words cutting deep. Deku, you idiot, he cried, turning and running away from the park. His footsteps echoed in the emptiness, his heart aching with the weight of Izuku's despair. As Katsuki ran, Izuku was left alone in the park, the echoes of their confrontation ringing in his ears. The weight of his words, his emotions, and his reality settled heavily on his shoulders. Suddenly, Izuku heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Izuku! He turned to see his mother, Inko, rushing into the park, her eyes filled with concern. She saw the sadness etched on her son's face as he watched his friend run away. Izuku! Inko said softly, reaching out to him. Izuku stood there, the tears still flowing, feeling the full weight of his emotions as his mother enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. Unfortunately, there is a problem with the progress of that rewrite. I really procrastinated hard on them. It's not just because I'm a lazy dumbass, I am a lazy dumbass, no doubt, but more so because I was not confident enough to actually rewrite it. And also, I cringed hard at how bad it was that every time I read them, I felt like I just wanted to scrap the series altogether. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Zero comment. Chapter 8, Origin Prologue, Acceptance. Inko was running through the streets of Mizudafu's suburban area, her heart pounding in her chest. She was breathing hard, her stamina long gone from years of being a housewife and a mother. It was already evening, the orange skies slowly turning dark. The sight of the approaching night made her panic even more. She was afraid that Izuku might have run far away, to a place where she couldn't reach him anymore. Blaming herself for being too weak, she cursed her inability to set herself straight. If only she had more resolve, she could have faced her children without making them worry about her and their future. Now, just like Izuku was blaming himself for being weak, she too blamed herself for being weak. Clinging to her last hope, she needed to find Izuku before it was too late. She tried to remember where he could have gone, then she recalled the park where she would pick him and Chisa up whenever they played with Katsuki. With renewed determination, she ran as fast as she could toward the public park, hoping to find her son there. Finally, she arrived at the park's entrance, huffing for breath after running so hard. She scanned the area, and there, she found him. Izuku was in the park, talking with Katsuki. She hid behind a tree, close enough to hear their conversation but far enough to not be noticed. Even the heroes with quirks couldn't save my dad. They can't save everyone. How could a useless, quirkless kid like me be a hero? I don't want to be a hero. Izuku's voice was filled with despair and bitterness. Don't say that. Katsuki's voice was desperate. You're not useless. You can be anything you want to be, quirk or no quirk. Shut up, Katsuki. Izuku shouted, his voice breaking with emotion. Just leave me alone. Deku, you idiot. Katsuki yelled back, tears welling up in his eyes as he turned and ran away from the park. Inko's heart ached as she watched the scene unfold. She saw the anguish on her son's face, the tears streaming down his cheeks. She saw the hurt and confusion on Katsuki's face as he ran away. The weight of her son's words and the reality of his emotions settled heavily on her shoulders. As Katsuki ran out from the park, Inko finally came out from her hiding and took a tentative step toward Izuku. Her eyes were filled with sadness and determination. She needed to comfort her son, to show him that he wasn't alone and that he was loved. No matter what. Izuku, she called softly, her voice trembling with emotion. Izuku turned to see his mother standing there, her expression mirroring the pain he felt inside. He didn't say anything, but his eyes told her everything she needed to know. She walked over to him, wrapped her arms around him, and held him close, letting him cry into her shoulder. They both didn't say anything, other than letting their tears flow freely. Inko then heard footsteps approaching from the park entrance. She looked back while still hugging the crying Izuku and saw that it was her in-laws. Her mother-in-law rushed to their spot. Inko, Izuku, are you both okay? She immediately asked with concern. While Izuku was still sobbing in her embrace, Inko nodded to reassure her mother-in-law that they were physically fine, despite the emotional turmoil. Thank goodness. Her mother-in-law sighed in relief upon seeing them. Then Inko's father-in-law stepped closer. Father? Inko asked, slightly worried about her father-in-law's stern expression. He stood near them with his imposing figure, observing the mother and son. Inko wasn't overly concerned, but Izuku, catching a glimpse of his grandfather, was seized by fear and began to cry harder, seeking refuge in his mother's embrace. However, to Izuku's surprise, his grandfather crouched down next to them and gently patted his head. Izuku looked up toward his grandfather and his kind and gentle face. His expression was silently reassuring him that everything would be all right. Seeing this display of comfort from his grandfather, Izuku gradually stopped crying, though he still wore a downcast expression, embarrassed by his emotional outburst. His grandfather then exchanged a knowing look with his wife as they nodded to each other. Then he turned back to Inko. "Inko," he called out, directing her attention. Inko turned to see the serious expression on her father-in-law's face. "Come live with us in the countryside." Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. At that point, I still wished to continue my story because there were those who were really looking forward to it on a regular basis, but at the same time, it made me feel inadequate. I do believe that my writing skill is slowly improving with each chapter one have written for my original story. Unfortunately, no one is able to see it because it's locked behind a paywall. So no one except for those people could actually see the improvement of my writing. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. One comment. Chapter 9. Origin Prologue, Hidden Treasure of Memories. Let's see. What else is here that I forgot to check? Inko muttered to herself as she walked through the now emptied apartment. The echoes of her footsteps bounced off the bare walls, the once cozy and cluttered space now reduced to a skeleton of its former self. She was performing one last sweep, making sure nothing had been left behind. They were leaving the urban city and heading to live with her in-laws in the countryside. This move, significant as it was, meant a fresh start for her and her two children. The decision had been a collective one, made after a lengthy discussion that spanned the entire night. Inko, along with her in-laws, had weighed the pros and cons of relocating. The primary concern had always been the well-being of Izuku and Chisa, and how best they could grow up in a nurturing environment. After thoroughly examining their options, they had come to the conclusion that the countryside's farming village, where her in-laws farmed land, would be the best place for their family. Initially, Inko had been hesitant. Not because she was afraid of living in the countryside, mind you. She wouldn't mind working as a farmer as long as the job was fulfilling. But she had been hesitating because of the fear that she would become a burden to her in-laws. However, her in-laws had been adamant, insisting that not only would she and her children not be a burden, but that they wanted to be close to their grandchildren. The longing of grandparents to spoil their grandchildren was something of a universal wish, and Inko couldn't deny them that joy. It was this insistence and their unwavering support that had convinced her to agree to the move. She had also heard and read about the benefits of living in the countryside, and there were quite a lot to be said. There was the obvious advantage of cleaner air and a healthier environment, free from the pollution and noise of the city. The pace of life in the countryside was slower, less stressful, allowing for a more relaxed and peaceful existence. There was a sense of community, where neighbors looked out for each other, and the bonds of friendship were stronger and more genuine. For children especially, this meant the safer environment to grow up in, with plenty of open spaces to explore and play, fostering a sense of adventure and connection with nature for them. For Izuku, the move held special significance. In the urban city, being quirkless made him a minority, often leading to feelings of isolation and inadequacy. The city's competitive atmosphere, where quirks were sometimes highly valued and often enough a measure of one's worth, would have been harsh on Izuku. However, in the countryside, the dynamics were different. Somehow, quirkless individuals were more common, and the emphasis was less on what abilities or quirks one possessed, and more on the person themselves. Izuku would find himself in an environment where he wouldn't be judged for his lack of a quirk, but rather accepted for who he was. To the three adults, this change was crucial for his emotional well-being and personal development. As for Chisa, her situation was different yet equally considered. Chisa was remarkably intelligent for her age, showing a keen mind and curiosity that set her apart. In the countryside, she would still fare relatively well, given the supportive and close-knit community environment. Her quirk, similar to Inko's telekinetic ability to pull objects like a poltergeist, was not intrusive, dangerous, nor grotesque. It was a normal, everyday quirk that wouldn't draw undue attention or fear. Chisa would be able to use her abilities without the pressure of standing out too much, allowing her to integrate well with everyone else and continue to develop her talents in a nurturing environment. Inko walked into the small, now empty bedroom that had been Izuku's. The room had once been filled with All Might posters and hero memorabilia, but now it stood barren, the walls showing faint outlines where the posters had once been. She sighed, the weight of their situation settling in her chest again. This move was for the best. She had to keep reminding herself that. Then she moved on to Chisa's room. Her room was barren as well, but Inko had to wonder at how normal Chisa had been compared to her older brothers, most likely now former, fixation with heroic stuff. She pondered whether Chisa would even develop any specific interests. But then again, she was still a child. It was not uncommon for children her age to not have a specific passion yet. Finally, Inko checked on her bedroom. Her and Hisashi's bedroom. Again, it was now barren, empty with nothing in it. She still felt a lingering attachment to this room. Even if Hisashi had spent most of his last year overseas working, she cherished the times whenever he was back. The comfort he had always given her whenever he was home. But now, she shook her head, not wanting to dwell on it too much. She needed to move on. But she still checked for anything that might have been missed. Just one last time. She checked the built-in wardrobe to see if there was anything she had forgotten. And there was. In the corner of the wardrobe, a small box sat in the dark, as if hiding from everyone's sight. The box was labeled with a marker, Tokusatsu. She wondered why this box was so well hidden. Inko tried her best to pull the box out of the corner of the wardrobe. It was quite far from reach, so she had to resort to using her telekinetic quirk. She could feel that it had a bit of heft to it despite its small size. The box slowly floated over to her, and she grabbed a firm hold of it. It was heavier than it looked, but manageable. She checked the inside and found a bunch of portable flash drives and a few external hard drives. They all had different labels such as Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, Ultraman, and many more. She wondered what all these memory drives were for. But then she remembered something. Hisashi. A flashback went through her mind. A memory of her late husband once telling her about his little obsession. He had mentioned how he used to watch vintage superhero live-action shows from almost a century ago, called Tokusatsu, which featured normal humans using gadgets and power-up items to transform into superheroes. Remembering this brought tears to her eyes. Just like father and son, both Izuku and Hisashi had the same kind of obsession with superheroes. Though for Izuku's case, it most likely was a former obsession now for Izuku, given the circumstances that had led to their move to the countryside. Inko stared at the box full of memory drives, most likely recordings of the shows. She wondered what she should do with it. Should she hide it away for keepsake? Should she show it to Izuku? Maybe, just maybe, he would appreciate having this memento of his father. As she pondered, she could almost hear Hisashi's voice in her mind, filled with enthusiasm as he described the episodes he loved. She remembered how his eyes lit up, the same way Izuku's did when he talked about heroes. The thought made her heart ache, but it also gave her a sense of warmth. This box represented a connection between father and son, one that transcended time and space. Life and death. Taking a deep breath, Inko made a decision. She would show it to Izuku. He needed something to remind him of his father, something that could perhaps rekindle a spark of hope and joy in his heart. She carefully placed the box aside, making a mental note to give it to Izuku later. Inko stood up, looking around the room one last time. The laughter, the tears, the struggles, and the small victories. She smiled wistfully, knowing that this chapter of their lives was ending, but hopeful for the new one beginning. With a final glance, she turned and walked out of the room, ready to face the future. With her children by her side. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma, DemonKingAkuma. So, how should I make it clear that my writing has improved? The most obvious solution, of course, was to rewrite those 30 earlier chapters. I could potentially do something so that those chapters would be better received. But, like I said before, I couldn't bring myself to actually do anything with it. I realized something. I realized that there's a whole community on web novel around fanfiction. And I was floored by how much attention it had gotten. That's why I realized something. I could use fanfiction to promote my writing. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 10. Origin Prologue. Farewell to Urban. Izuku stood outside the apartment building complex with Chisa and his grandparents, waiting beside his grandpa's SUV car. A large pickup truck behind their car was being loaded with their belongings. Izuku himself had already realized they were about to leave the city life and move out to his grandparents' place in the countryside's farming village. He felt conflicted about everything that was happening. He wasn't sure why his mother and grandparents had decided for the three of them to move to the countryside. He also wasn't sure if he would like living there after getting used to the urban city. Suddenly, his mother emerged from the now former apartment building complex. She had told them she was going to run a final check to see if there was anything they had forgotten to pick up. By the look of it, she had found something they had almost missed. In her hands was an inconspicuous box, about the size of a ball. As she got closer, Izuku noticed the box had a strange label on it. Tokusatsu? Izuku muttered to himself. He had never heard of this term. Or had he? It felt both familiar and unfamiliar, as if he had come across it once but never really thought much about it. Until now. Nothing left behind, dear? His grandma inquired, her voice filled with concern. His mother nodded, confirming, nothing, mother. Everything has been checked. Oh, but I did find something. She lifted the box slightly so both his grandparents could see it. The two of them took a closer look at the box, and then, seemingly, they both had a realization about its contents. Hisashi's. Grandma suddenly gasped at the sight of the box. It wasn't a gasp of shock or dislike, but of genuine surprise. "Huh, that idiot son of mine." Grandpa looked at the box with a bit of amusement. It was rare to see his grandpa with this expression, so Izuku was curious about what was inside the box. He noticed that even Chiso was curious. Noticing his stare, his mother gave him a melancholic smile. "Izuku." "Yes, Mom? I would like to give this to you," she said, gently handing the box to him. Izuku was obviously taken aback by the sudden gesture. He didn't understand why his mother and grandparents were so fond of this specific box, and now his mother was giving it to him as if it was meant for him all along. "What is it?" Izuku asked, suspicion in his tone. Seeing him on guard brought a small laugh from both his mother and grandma. "This is your dad's prized possession," his mother revealed. "Dad's?" Izuku was surprised by the revelation. He couldn't believe this inconspicuous-looking box was his father's prized possession. "What's inside of it?" Izuku asked again, both curious and concerned about the contents of the box. The only clue he had was the label marked Tokusatsu. He was quite sure he had heard this term once, but he couldn't remember what it meant. "What's inside?" His mother echoed his question, seemingly wondering herself what she was about to say. "What's?" "His collection of vintage superhero show videos." "Vintage? A superhero?" Izuku echoed, flinching back in shock. He had never thought he would hear that word again after what had happened yesterday. He had thought maybe living in the countryside would allow him to get away from such topics. But now his mother was showing him what she said was his late father's video collection about those dreaded superheroes. He couldn't believe his ears when he heard such a notion that his own father was also obsessed with heroes like he used to be. Why are you giving this to me?" Inko looked at Izuku, understanding the conflict and pain in his eyes. She knew her son wouldn't react positively to anything hero-related right now, but she needed to tell him about his father. "Izuku," she began softly, kneeling down to his level. "I know it's hard for you to hear anything about heroes right now. But you need to know something important about your father." Izuku was taken aback by his mother's sudden approach. He even averted his head from her fond gaze, reluctant to face the truth in front of him. "Just like you, your father was a fan of superheroes and heroism," Inko continued. "Even though he didn't have a powerful quirk and never tried to become a hero, he always adored superheroes. He admired their courage, their sense of justice, and their longing to help others." She paused for a moment, letting her words sink into Izuku. Your father found inspiration and joy in those shows. It connected him to a sense of hope and wonder, just like it did for you. Inko gently placed the box in Izuku's hands. I'm giving this to you because I want you to have a piece of that connection. It's a part of your father's legacy, something that I hope can bring you comfort. And maybe, in time, help you remember why you loved heroes in the first place. Izuku looked down at the box, his emotions a whirlwind of confusion, sadness, and a glimmer of curiosity. He didn't know if he was ready to embrace this part of his past again, but seeing the way his mother and grandparents cherished these memories, Izuku slowly accepted the box, grabbing it firmly. His mother didn't let go until he fully grasped it, ensuring it was secure in his hands. As soon as he did, Inko released her hold and now the box was in Izuku's possession. Excuse me, ma'am, a voice broke the moment between mother and son. The Midoriyas turned toward the source of the sound, which came from one of the movers. We have secured all of your belongings, ma'am, and we are ready to go. Thank you. We will depart soon. Inko immediately stood up from her crouching position and bowed several times in gratitude toward the mover, indicating that she and her family were ready as well. She then looked back at her family members, including Izuku, who was still puzzled by the box in his hands. Shall we go? Both of her in-laws nodded in agreement. Her father-in-law, especially, went to the driver's seat, preparing himself for the long drive. Come on now, you two. Let's go, her mother-in-law urged Izuku and Chisa, her two grandchildren, to get into the car. But before they left, two people approached them. It was none other than the Bakugo couple, Masaru and Mitsuki. Mitsuki-san. Masaru-san. Inko greeted the couple with a warm smile. They seemed to have come to bid farewell to the Midoriyas, and Masaru was holding what appeared to be a goodbye gift. Suddenly, the blonde woman quickly went over to Inko with a tight hug. Inko girl, I'm going to miss you. The sudden hug made Inko quite flustered as she still wasn't used to how affectionate Mitsuki could be. But she appreciated it and slowly returned the hug. I'm going to miss you too, Mitsuki-san. Thank you for everything. Yeah, Mitsuki was all teary-eyed when she heard you guys were moving. Masaru chimed in with a grin, earning himself a playful pinch from his wife. Ouch. Don't say weird things, dear. Mitsuki chided him with a blush, though her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Inko glanced around, expecting to see a certain child with them. Where is Katsuki-chan? Masaru's expression turned solemn. Katsuki didn't want to come. I see. Inko understood the underlying tension between Katsuki and Izuku after their recent argument. She hoped time apart might heal their friendship. Izuku, overhearing the conversation, seemed to retreat into himself slightly, his melancholy returning. Without saying a word, he quietly climbed into the back seat of the car, clutching the box containing his father's prized possession. Well, anyway, Masaru said, breaking the awkward moment as he handed the gift bag to Inko. I hope you guys have a wonderful life in the countryside. I've heard great things about it myself. Yeah, Inko. Enjoy your new life, okay? Mitsuki encouraged her with a fist pump, which elicited a giggle from Inko. Don't be a stranger. You better come visit us one of these days. Yes, we will, Inko replied with a heartfelt smile. Thank you both for being the best of neighbors. We'll miss you. Soon, the Midoriyas settled inside the car. Inko sat in the middle row seat beside Chisa, while her in-laws occupied the front row seats, with her father-in-law behind the wheel of his SUV. Izuku sat alone in the back row, still clutching his new box filled with his father's treasured possession, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. As the vehicle began to move slowly, Inko waved a final goodbye to the Bakugas, watching them grow smaller in the rearview mirror until they were out of sight. The SUV merged onto the highway out of Mizudafu. Izuku stole one last glance at the city skyline disappearing in the back window of his grandpa's car, the mover's truck trailing behind their car. The tall skyscrapers that once dominated their daily lives now shrank into tiny specks on the horizon. And with that, they left Mizudafu City behind. Chapter 11, Origin Prologue. The best match to start your journey. An SUV and a moving truck trailed behind it were navigating through the vast, grand expressway. The vehicles hummed steadily as they cut through the early morning mist, the sun beginning to rise over the horizon. Inside the SUV at the front, the Midoriya family settled in for what promised to be a long journey. The gentle hum of the engine mixed with occasional murmurs of conversation, creating a serene atmosphere. "Mom, are we there yet?" inquired Chisa, the youngest member of the family, from her seat beside her mother in the middle row. Hearing her daughter's impatient question, Inko giggled at how cute she sounded. "No, dear. We just left Shizuoka. It's going to be a long drive from here on out." "Really? Where is Grandpa and Grandma's place anyway?" Chisa asked, her curiosity piqued. Hearing her granddaughter's question, Grandma Midoriya turned from the front passenger seat, a soft smile on her face. "Hee, are you curious, Chisa-chan? Our place is in Aso Prefecture." "Aso?" Chisa echoed, her curiosity growing even if her expression didn't fully show it. "That's right. Aso Prefecture." Grandma Midoriya realized that Chisa might not be familiar with that specific region of southern Japan. She quickly thought of a better way to explain. "Do you know what the third largest island in Japan is, Chisa?" "Huh." Chisa was surprised by her grandmother's sudden quiz. "It's Kyushu, isn't it?" "That's right. Way to go." Grandma Midoriya praised Chisa, who smiled in response. "Aso is on Kyushu Island." "Ah, I see." Chisa, again, didn't have much of a reaction when praised or excited, but her eyes sparkled a bit. Inko, watching their interaction, couldn't help but smile at how adorable Chisa was with her grandmother. Meanwhile, Grandpa Midoriya focused on the road ahead. Though when no one could see his expression, he secretly smiled at the sound of his family bonding with each other. The only one not in the mood for family bonding was Izuku, who sat in the back row seat of the SUV. He was still contemplating the box he was holding, labeled Tokusatsu. He was still conflicted about the revelation that his late father had also been a hero fanatic like he had been. Or rather, like he had used to be. What is actually inside this box anyway? He thought, now realizing he hadn't actually seen what was inside his late father's prized possession. His mother had told him it was a vintage superhero show collection. Was that actually a thing? Did people really make fictional superhero shows? Izuku's mind swirled with these thoughts as the SUV continued its journey along the long expressway road. Izuku kept thinking about how strange it was for a fictional superhero show to exist when real superheroes were now a dime a dozen. But then suddenly he realized something. "Tokusatsu," he exclaimed quietly to himself as the term finally clicked in his mind. He had read it once while browsing a superhero forum. Without wasting any time, Izuku quickly opened his personal bag, which had been sitting beside him in the back row seat, and rummaged through it to pull out his personal laptop. He swiftly powered it on and opened a web browser, typing in the term Tokusatsu. Within moments, he found what he was looking for on a wiki page. Tokusatsu. It was the term for live-action shows that heavily utilized special effects. But more specifically, it referred to shows that focused on transforming heroes who used gadgets and sci-fi technologies to transform from normal humans into said heroes. One prominent franchise of this tokusatsu genre was the Kamen Rider series. Izuku's eyes widened as he read about Kamen Rider, a masked hero who used a transformation belt to become the hero. These riders were known for their iconic motorcycles, which they used as their main mode of transportation. The example picture on the wiki showed the first Kamen Rider, a green, lightly armored figure with a helmet resembling a grasshopper. The helmet seemed to strike a balance between cool and grotesque. The first few generations of Kamen Riders looked incredibly rustic. But Izuku learned that the show had a significant run, spanning roughly 50 years. Over the decades, newer seasons introduced sleeker and more modern designs for the Kamen Riders. However, the franchise, along with other tokusatsu shows, did not continue to flourish for long. According to the wiki, while the tokusatsu genre thrived during the early 2000s, the emergence of quirks and real superheroes led to a decline in popularity. The reason was clear. Why care for the fictional when the real thing exists? This sentiment had resonated earlier with Izuku as he was reflecting on his own thoughts. The tokusatsu genre and superhero genre in general had been overshadowed by the reality of living among actual heroes. And the fictional media lost its charm and relevance in a world where superpowers were part of everyday life. Izuku began to feel skeptical about all this tokusatsu stuff. He wasn't sure why his father had been so obsessed with it. While he and his late father both liked superheroes, the fundamental difference between their preferences was significant. Izuku preferred real superheroes, while his father was into the fictional ones. No, don't badmouth your dad, Izuku. He quickly chastised himself for thinking such negative thoughts about his late father. Even if he found it a bit strange, it wasn't taboo to like this fictional stuff. His father had been a great father to both him and Chisa, even if he had spent his last years working overseas. Izuku had always cherished the times whenever his late father came home from work, just like his mother and little sister did. He then looked at the box belonging to his late father again. The box labeled Tokusatsu. He stared at it for a moment. Before opening it, inside he found a whole bunch of memory drives labeled with the names of various tokusatsu franchises. Not just Kamen Rider, but also other notable ones like Super Sentai and Ultraman. Genuinely curious about the appeal of these shows, he picked up one of the memory drives, naturally gravitating towards the one labeled Kamen Rider. Izuku plugged the memory drive into his laptop. He checked his laptop and saw access to the files inside the drive. And there was a whole bunch of folders. Each folder was named after different seasons of Kamen Rider, each seemingly with its own unique Kamen Rider protagonist. Seeing so many choices made Izuku quite confused and bewildered. He wasn't sure which show to choose or where to begin. He could choose the first one. But the appearance of the first season didn't really strike him, especially after seeing a snapshot of the show from reading its franchise's wiki. He grumbled a bit, contemplating where to start. From what he had read earlier, each season of Kamen Rider existed in its own universe, with self-contained plots, so he could pick any season without worrying about missing context. Izuku then decided he would start with the more modern seasons, where the designs were more contemporary and visually more appealing for him. Taking a deep breath, he chose a random folder from the list of seasons in the latter half. His cursor landed on the supposedly 32nd season of Kamen Rider Build. He opened said folder labeled with the same name on his laptop's display and scrolled through the episodes. There were 49 episodes in total, and the folder even had a subfolder for movies. Izuku was bewildered, not just by the sheer number of episodes but also by the fact that the show was popular enough to warrant its own movies. Pulling out his headphones from his bag, Izuku plugged them into his laptop and put them on. He clicked on the first episode, his heart pounding slightly with anticipation. As the screen lit up, a long prologue sequence unfolded, showcasing a fictional alternate universe of Japan hit by an incident where an ancient alien artifact from Mars was forcefully activated, causing a wall to split Japan into 3 regions. Izuku was honestly confused by what he was watching. He had expected the actual Kamen Rider hero to appear soon during the prologue sequence. But he was only met with this strange prologue sequence. But eventually, the masked hero did appear, saving a damsel in distress from being killed by a humanoid monster. This was where the show finally began. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. Writing this fanfiction is, honestly, exhilarating. I could feel the potential that could be led from this, and I felt motivated as hell. Just imagining all of the possibilities for this plot to grow is really, really exciting. And thus, I finally did it. I actually wrote a fanfiction for the very first time. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 12. Origin Prologue. New obsession acquired. The SUV and the moving truck convoy had been traveling along the long expressway for a good few hours. Eventually, they took an exit to visit a rest stop. As soon as the Midoriya family's SUV parked, everyone got out of the car. Restroom. Grandpa Midoriya muttered gruffly as he left immediately. Okay, be careful, dear, Grandma Midoriya responded with a soft smile to her husband. She then looked back to the others behind her front row passenger seat. Inko, Chisa-chan, Do you want to visit the convenience store for some snacks? Yes, mother, I would like that, Inko replied. Meanwhile, Chisa didn't say anything but nodded her head in excitement at the prospect of getting some snacks. All three of them were about to get out of the car when Inko realized something. Izuku hadn't said anything since the beginning of the trip. She promptly looked back at the back row seat and found Izuku using his personal laptop and headphones, seemingly engrossed in whatever was on his screen. Izuku? She tried calling him, but he either didn't hear her because of his headphones or was too focused on what he was watching. Izuku? Can you hear me? She kept calling him, but he didn't respond, still focusing on his laptop. Eventually, Inko opened up the middle row seat that blocked the way to the back row seat, which still didn't faze Izuku, and tapped his shoulder. Izuku! Wah! Izuku suddenly jolted from the unexpected tap on his shoulder. He then realized it was his mother, looking at him with concern. What's wrong? Izuku. We are currently at a rest stop. Inko said to him, her voice filled with concern as she thought Izuku hadn't been paying attention during the trip. A rest stop? What is that? He echoed back, sounding more confused by the term itself than by their current situation. Izuku. You didn't hear the explanation I gave you and Chisa, did you? She replied accusingly. I told you both it's a resting area for long journeys. We decided to take one right now. She briefly explained their previous plan, though he still seemed indifferent to it. I see, he said, trying to sound understanding, but his eyes slowly drifted back toward his laptop screen, as if too preoccupied with whatever he was watching. Izuku? Inko's curiosity deepened, wondering what had him so focused. She tapped his shoulder again, earning another yelp of surprise. Izuku, what are you watching? What am I watching? Izuku was somewhat taken aback by her sudden question. He averted his head slightly, unsure how to answer, though his eyes flicked toward the box beside him, the box filled with his dad's tokusatsu superhero show collection. Inko noticed this. Izuku. Are you watching your dad's tokusatsu videos? She asked, not just with curiosity but also with a hint of hope. Why yeah. Oh, Izuku. Inko was quite happy to hear that her son had started watching his late father's tokusatsu superhero shows. She had thought Izuku wouldn't be interested or might even be repulsed by anything related to heroism. But it seemed these shows helped him out of his brooding as he was quite engrossed in them now. How is it? Is it interesting? She asked again with curiosity, wanting to know if her son was actually enjoying the very stuff her late husband had been so into. Why, it's interesting, he replied nervously, still averting her sudden warm gaze. I see, Inko said with a small smile of understanding. It meant that her son was starting to come out of his shell. She hoped Izuku would now recover his previously lost hopes and belief in the superheroes that help protect their society. Well then, continue on, honey. Just remember to stay hydrated, okay? Why yes, Mom. Izuku frantically nodded, a small smile etched on his face, happy that his mother was allowing him to continue watching these tokusatsu shows. Well then, Chisa, your grandma, and I will pick out some snacks for the road, so just enjoy your show. Okay, sweetheart? Yes, Mom. Izuku frantically nodded again, which earned a giggle from Inko as she closed the middle row seat, allowing Izuku to have some privacy to continue his binge-watching. As she left the car, she approached the two other female members of the Midoriya family, who had been waiting for her. And Izuku. Where's Izuku, dear? Grandma Midoriya asked Inko. Onyakin? Chisa was also confused about why Izuku did not come along with her mother. Oh, Izuku is currently preoccupied with the thing I gave him earlier this morning, Inko answered their confusion. Oh, I see. Grandma Midoriya had a look of understanding as she realized what Inko was talking about. Chisa was still confused about what the two adults were talking about regarding her older brother. However, it seemed to her that whatever it was, he was fine since both her mother and grandmother weren't panicking like they had been before when he ran away from home. The three of them went about their business at the rest stop, while Izuku stayed in the car, continuing to immerse himself in this new world of tokusatsu media entertainment. Soon after, all of them, including Grandpa Midoriya, returned to the car, leaving the rest area alongside the moving truck trailing behind them, and continued their journey to Aso Prefecture, where the Midoriya grandparents lived. Meanwhile, Izuku remained in the back seat, continuing his binge watching on his laptop. A few hours later, Inko felt a tug on her clothes. She looked to her side and saw Chisa with a rather downcast expression. "Mom, I'm hungry," Chisa murmured to her mother. "Yes, dear." Inko realized it was already past noon, which meant it was the right time for lunch. "Father, Mother, should we stop for lunch?" she asked her in-laws in the front row seats. Grandpa Midoriya grumbled in response. "My, it is already past noon, isn't it?" Grandma Midoriya glanced at her own watch. "We should head to the nearest rest stop again, dear," she suggested to her husband, who was behind the wheel. He grumbled again, but she seemed to understand that he was agreeing with her as she showed a soft smile to her husband. They soon made an exit from the expressway and into the rest stop area. As soon as they parked, all of the Midoriyas got out of the car. Except for Izuku. Inko noticed this before she got out, looking back at the back row seat where Izuku sat quietly with his laptop on his lap, still engrossed in his tokusatsu shows. Izuku. Inko started to worry that Izuku was becoming a bit too absorbed in these new superhero shows. She was conflicted about whether to scold him for staring at his laptop for almost half of their journey or let him continue watching as a temporary coping mechanism. She knew he was grieving deeply, having not only found out he was quirkless but also lost his father, her husband. She herself was still grappling with lingering regret over Hisashi's passing but was trying her best to move on. It was a blessing that both of Hisashi's parents, her in-laws, were such kind and understanding people. But still, Inko thought that Izuku needed a break from his binge-watching. As his mother, she knew he should be hungry by now. Without saying anything, she opened up the middle row seat to access the back row. Again, Izuku was not fazed at all by the opening sound of the middle row seat, preferring to focus on his laptop. With a light tap on his shoulder, Izuku jolted out of his almost hyper-focus. Izuku cried out in surprise as he realized it was his mother who had tapped him. "Izuku, young man," she raised her voice slightly, making him flinch, expecting to be scolded. "Take a break from your shows. We are having lunch." She spoke sternly, noticing how reluctant he was to be separated from his laptop and his new tokusatsu shows. But as his mother, Inko needed to ensure he had his daily meals for a growing boy. "Wise mom." He quickly folded his laptop, removed his headphones, and stored them in his bag, along with the box containing his late father's tokusatsu show collection. Then also brought the bag with him in person. "Why are you bringing your backpack?" Inko inquired with equal parts curiosity and concern. Did he not want to be separated from his laptop, from his newfound obsession? "I want to ask for a battery recharge," he mumbled, flustered that he was so attached to his laptop. Or, to be precise, his new tokusatsu superhero shows. Inko couldn't help but let out a sigh. Izuku finally got out of the car along with Inko as the two of them approached the waiting Midoriya grandparents and Chisa, who were near the entrance of the family restaurant. She watched him closely, still worried about his growing obsession. As she saw how attached he was to the bag that contained his new obsession, doubt crept into her mind. Should she continue letting Izuku immerse himself in this new world, or should she step in and set some boundaries? Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma, DemonKingAkuma. I feel like this might be one of those fanfictions that I would be obsessed with writing for a long time. But alas, I cannot do that forever because, honestly, I'm broke as $K. I need money to actually live because not only do I live with my parents, love them, just a bit DMN embarrassing for me to rely on them, but I also haven't had a decent job offer. Writing my current original novel is the last chance this month to see if I'm cut out to be an author or not. It's the moment of truth. And I had $% edited up by writing trashy opening chapters. So here I am, writing fanfiction in hopes that it will promote my writing and my original novel. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 13, Origin Prologue, The Spark of Passion and Madness. The SUV rolled to a gentle stop on the gravel driveway, the faint crunch of gravel under the wheels signaling their arrival. Inko stirred from her light doze as Grandma Midoriya's voice broke through her sleep. "Inko, wake up, dear," Grandma Midoriya gently nudged her shoulder. "Mother?" Inko blinked sleepily, adjusting to the dimly lit surroundings. "We have arrived, haven't we?" "Yes, dear," Grandma Midoriya nodded with a soft smile. "Please wake up Chisa and Izuku too." Inko rubbed her eyes, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. She noticed that it was already dark outside. She tried to look at her watch, but it was too dark to make out what it was showing. So, she rummaged through her purse and brought out her phone. It was already 23:50, almost midnight. Her father-in-law had already stepped out, deep in discussion with the movers about unloading their belongings. Her mother-in-law exited the car gracefully, heading over to the main house to start preparing things inside. Turning her attention to the middle row seat, Inko saw Chisa sleeping peacefully, her head resting on Inko's lap. A fond smile graced Inko's lips as she observed her daughter's serene expression. "Chisa, dear, wake up," Inko whispered softly, gently nudging her daughter. Chisa stirred, blinking sleepily. "Are we there yet?" "Yes, sweetheart, we're here," Inko replied warmly, brushing a few strands of hair from Chisa's face. Though Chisa didn't show much outward excitement, Inko noticed a subtle sparkle in her eyes, a mix of curiosity and apprehension about their new home. Inko was glad that her daughter was looking forward to their new home with her grandparents. But then she looked back to the back row seat of the car and was startled by the sight of her son. Izuku was still on his laptop, still watching his new tokusatsu superhero shows. "Izuku?" she exclaimed in shock. She saw how his eyes were hyper-focused on his laptop screen, gazing at it like it was his lifeline. Again, he didn't even hear that she had called his name loudly, continuing on with whatever tokusatsu show he was currently watching. She began to remember the journey from Shizuoka to Aso. Izuku had been glued to his laptop, absorbed in his tokusatsu shows the entire time. The only moments he separated from it were for meals or bathroom breaks. Even then, he was as restless as someone with an addiction, rushing back to his laptop the instant he could to resume binge-watching. She recalled that they had started their journey from Shizuoka at 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, it was 23:50. Izuku had been watching his shows for nearly 17 hours. Inko quickly got out of the car and opened up the middle row seat compartment to access the back row seat. She promptly climbed inside again to address her son. Grabbing hold of both of his shoulders, she called out, "Izuku!" The sudden grip startled Izuku, making him almost yelp in surprise. The tightness of her hold added a hint of pain, jolting him further. What's wrong?" Inko saw the toll the binge-watching had taken on her son. Izuku's eyes were bloodshot and weary, the kind of exhaustion that came from staring at a bright screen for too long, especially in the dim light of the car. His face was pale, shadows of fatigue etched under his eyes. "Izuku," she began, her voice a mix of worry and frustration. "You've been watching those shows nonstop. It's not healthy. You need to take a break." Izuku looked up at her, blinking rapidly as if trying to clear his vision. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't realize." Inko sighed, her anger dissipating into concern. "I know you inherited these shows from your father, but you can't let them consume you. It's not good for you to get so obsessed. I'm really worried about you." She doubted her decision to let him dive into his new obsession. Was it really a good idea to allow this? To let him escape into a world of fantasy instead of facing his own reality? But then, something struck her. Despite the exhaustion on his face, there was a spark in Izuku's eyes that she hadn't seen in a long time. It was a fire, a passion reminiscent of the days when he was just a normal superhero fan. This time, however, the fire burned even brighter. For a moment, Inko felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this newfound passion could help him heal, even if it was born from a place of grief and escape. But she knew it was a delicate balance. She had to find a way to nurture this passion without letting it become an obsession. With a deep breath, she softened her tone. "I can see how much these shows mean to you, Izuku, and I understand why. But you need to take care of yourself too, okay? Let's find a balance. Izuku nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. I understand, Mom. I'll try to take breaks. Inko nodded, relieved. Good. Now, come on. Let's get you inside and have a proper rest. You've had a long day. As they stepped out of the car together, Inko, Chisa, and Izuku found themselves staring at the house, where they would be living from now on. The large, traditional wooden house stood proud against the night, its silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of the lantern-like lighting of the house. For Izuku and Chisa, this was their first time seeing their grandparents' home, and their eyes widened in awe at the sight of the sprawling structure. For Inko, the sight brought a wave of nostalgia. It had been so long since she last visited this place. Her late husband Hisashi's childhood home. Memories of happier times, family gatherings, and the warmth of the past filled her heart. This house was not just a building. It was a repository of memories, a symbol of continuity and new beginnings, not just for her, but also for her two children. Hisashi-kun. I'm home. Inko whispered softly to her new home. Together, they walked towards the house, ready to embrace whatever the future held for them. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. Then you must be wondering, why is there a P at tray 0N on this fanfiction? You must be wondering if I actually want to write this fanfiction because of passion? Is it just plain because I'm a grifter? Well, I'll be blunt and honest with you, fellow readers and potential patrons. I write not only because I have the imagination of a maniac Chuyuni, but also, I write because I am enticed by the possibility of getting paid to write my wildest fantasy. I do it mostly for the money. It's honestly perfect. Or so I thought, because I realized that writing something that people like is straight up the hardest thing I have ever done. It took me half a year to actually get something going. And that original novel of mine is on the brink of just not being good enough to actually get monetary returns from web novel. Continued on. Stay tuned for more. One comment. Chapter 14. Origin Prologue. 14 END. The first tension. The next day. The morning sun filtered through the shoji screens, casting delicate patterns of light and shadow on the wooden floor. The new day marked the beginning of a new chapter for the Midoriya family in the farming village of Aso. Inko was already preparing herself for the day. After arriving at their new home last night, she had fallen back into a deep sleep, finding solace in the familiarity of her surroundings. She was glad that, from what she remembered, both the house's interiors and exteriors had remained the same as before. This continuity made it easier for her to navigate and settle in, especially since this would be their new living space. The Midoriya grandparents had given Inko and her children their own personal rooms. The house itself was larger than a typical traditional Japanese house, which provided ample space for everyone. Inko recalled her mother-in-law mentioning that the house had been in the Midoriya family for almost 300 years, passed down through generations. Even so, she was amazed at how well-preserved the house was for something that had been standing for 3 centuries. The intricate wooden architecture and carefully maintained interiors spoke of a legacy cherished and upheld with care. Now, she was heading toward her children's personal rooms, hoping to wake them up so they could familiarize themselves with their new home. Their rooms were on the 2nd floor of the house, so she carefully ascended the traditional wooden stairs, mindful of each creak beneath her feet. She first went to the closest room from the stairs, which was Chisa's room. Fortunately for her children, the upstairs rooms were designed to be more modern, featuring standard swing doors rather than the traditional sliding doors found elsewhere in the house. This blend of old and new would provide a comfortable and practical living space for her kids. Inko knocked gently on her daughter's door, then also gently pushed it open, stepping inside the cozy room. The soft morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over her daughter, still nestled under the covers of her bed. Chisa, dear, it's time to wake up, Inko whispered softly, walking over to her bed. She gently nudged her daughter, who stirred and slowly opened her eyes. Good morning, Mom. Chisa mumbled, rubbing her eyes and stretching. Good morning, sweetheart. Let's get up and start exploring our new home, okay? Chisa nodded sleepily, beginning to sit up. Inko smiled and left the room, closing the door behind her as she made her way to Izuku's room. She hoped that today would bring a sense of excitement and curiosity for her children as they embarked on this new chapter of their lives. Inko approached Izuku's room, just a few steps down the hall. But for some reason, she felt there was something odd about her son's room. She gently knocked on the door before opening it, peering inside to see her son. To her shock, she found him already wide awake. Her shock was not only the fact that she had found her son to be awake before she could wake him, but actually because he was acting quite bizarre. He was standing in the middle of the room, shirtless, facing his desk, which had an open laptop. She had thought that Izuku might have been staying up late to watch his new obsession again and that she would have to scold him for that. But that wasn't the thing that worried her the most. The morning sun streamed in from behind his desk, creating a dynamic backlight that illuminated his back figure, casting him in a surreal glow. Inko was honestly shocked by the sight before her. She couldn't process what she was seeing. He seemed to don't even hear her knocking or her entering his room, too focused on the light shining upon him. Her mind raced to find a logical explanation, thinking he might be doing a morning warm-up exercise, but it quickly became evident that was not the case. After what seemed like an eternity, Izuku finally moved. He raised and moved his arms into strange gestures and poses that looked more like a dance than an exercise. Before she could make any sense of any of this weird behavior of his, he suddenly shouted, "Henshin!" The word, transform, echoed through the room with all the power of his lungs. Inko was taken aback by the sudden shout, but even more so by the feeling that the air around him had shifted, as if he had an aura surrounding him. It was as if his shout had indeed caused a change in him. And she was here, witnessing it all. The aura disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, and Izuku lowered his arms to a normal position. He then turned to face his mother, who was watching him intently from the doorway, seemingly already aware of her presence. His expression, his visage, it was as if he had found a revelation. "I finally found it," he said, his voice steady and resolved. "I finally found the answer." "Izuku?" She muttered his name in concern, not understanding what he was talking about. But then, he revealed his answer to her. To the whole world. "If I can't be a hero without a quirk, I'll create my own power and become one." And so began the legend of Kamen Rider Deku. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma, DemonKingAkuma. But as you can see, my strategy is clear and simple. I will use this fanfiction to attract potential readers to my original novel. I will make sure that people see how my writing skills improve through this fanfiction of mine. Since this fanfiction is free and everyone can read it, they will see how my writing skills have improved. I'm a DMN genius that sometimes scares myself. Well, enough joking around. Seriously, I do wish people would see my novel. Big pride in being an author, and I hope people give my novel a fair chance. At the very least, this fanfiction does have its main purpose as an advertisement for my novel, and even my P at Tray 0 and 2, but it's also to showcase my writing skills to any potential readers. Thus, I really hope this fanfiction becomes popular so people will be interested in my current original work. That's all from me. This is the end of the origin prologue, basically the start of everything, but not the true prologue where the story would actually begin. I'm not telling the story from our main man Izuku growing up in the countryside, maybe not now, but instead, I want to jump to the current, present, of the MHA timeline where the fun begins. So, stay tuned for more. Comet 3 Comet. Chapter 15, True Prologue 1. The Masked Rider Hero has arrived. 13 years later. Muzudafu City, Muzudafu commuter train station at 2350. A woman stepped off the last commuter train of the day, her short-heeled sandals clicking softly against the platform. As she moved away from the train, she carefully checked her belongings, ensuring she hadn't forgotten anything: her small lady's purse, her souvenir bag with a cute cat-like mascot, and especially her square-framed glasses. The lenses framed her appealing visage, accentuating her striking white hair interwoven with a few strands of red hair. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly glad to have caught the last train and arrived at her intended destination. She checked the souvenir bag in her hand, making sure the item she had brought from Tokyo was still with her. She relaxed a bit, muttering, "Shoko will love this," referring to someone she most likely held dear to her. As she made her way toward the exit of the train station, she pulled out her smartphone to check something. The glowing screen confirmed her suspicion. It was 23:51, almost midnight. She sighed again, this time in annoyance. Better get home fast. I don't want to get scolded by Dad. With determined strides, she exited the train station and headed toward the familiar path that would lead her home. As she walked through the streets of Mizudafu towards her home, the white-haired woman couldn't shake the strange feeling creeping into her. The streets were eerily quiet, far less crowded than usual. It felt strange to her because the streets of Mizudafu were typically bustling with activity, even at this hour nearing midnight. After all, it had become a major urban center since the founding and establishment of UA University almost half a century ago. But then, a memory surfaced. Dad mentioned something before. She recalled her father speaking of rumors about people disappearing at midnight when the chilly fog rolled in. The rumors had gained traction due to the recent foggy weather in Mizudafu, especially during the night. Because of that, people were avoiding being out past midnight. She didn't want to believe in such rumors. But this came from her father, who was a pro-hero. Her father was connected to reliable sources all around Japan, especially concerning mass disappearances of individuals. He wouldn't mention something to her without reason, would he? The woman shook her head, denying the negative thoughts in her mind. What if it is all just an empty rumor? She thought. Perhaps the fog made it easy for people to get lost, and they were exaggerating the disappearances. Seemingly lost in her thoughts, she continued walking the nearly empty streets of Mizudafu. Maybe I should have taken a taxi instead of walking. She lamented silently, regret starting to etch across her expression. The white-haired woman continued on her way toward the path to her home, but her steps became faster. As did her heartbeat. She didn't know why. But she felt something was off, something was wrong with her surroundings. The city streets, usually vibrant even at this late hour, seemed unusually desolate and quiet. Then she finally realized. A thick fog was starting to envelop the streets. It swirled and thickened around her, shrouding the familiar path in an eerie, white veil. It became thicker, and thicker by the second, swallowing the streetlights and buildings in its dense embrace. She was starting to panic, as her vision was being hindered by the fog. The once clear route home was now a murky labyrinth of shadows and mist. Out of panic, her fast walk turned into a sprint. She ran along the path she remembered as leading toward her home, her mind racing with thoughts of safety and warmth. But she was stopped in her tracks when the fog suddenly became solid. "Kaya!" The woman screamed in both surprise and panic as she crashed into the solid wall of fog. She stumbled and dropped to the ground, her purse and souvenir bag scattering on the asphalt street. The impact left her disoriented, and she struggled to gather her belongings. But her hands, they were trembling from fear. Something was coming. "What's the matter, young lady?" She suddenly heard someone's voice. The source of the voice came from behind her, from where she had run off. She looked back and saw a middle-aged man in a white formal shirt approaching her. His appearance was oddly pristine, untouched by the dampness of the fog. Thank goodness. She was glad that there was someone else in this thick fog who, like her, had become trapped in it. But then she noticed something unsettling about the man. The man approaching her had fog constantly emanating from the nooks and crannies of his clothes and even the orifices of his own body. The fog seeped out of his sleeves, his collar, even his eyes and mouth. Like a living fog generator. "And no. Stay back," she warned the fog-inducing man. She quickly realized that this fog was his doing, his quirk, and he had used it to trap her. "What's the matter, young lady?" The man asked her the same question as he showed her a wicked smile, fog pouring from his mouth in thick, sinister tendrils. "Don't worry. I'll guide you to the correct path. The salvation path." She stumbled back in fear from the terrifying and creepy sight. Out of desperation, she used her own quirk and gathered shards of icicles in her hands. The air around her hands crackled with cold energy as the icicles formed on her palms. "Stay back!" she screamed at the man, launching shards of icicles toward him. But the Fogman had already anticipated her attack. His body turned into a swirling mist, creating holes through which the icy projectiles passed harmlessly, leaving him unscathed. "Whoa! Calm down, Ice Lady." The Fogman mocked her attempt, his wicked smile widening. The woman's breath quickened, her eyes wide with terror. Her attempt at self-defense had failed. She backed away, her mind racing for a way out of this foggy nightmare. Now, don't be afraid. Everything is going to be okay. You will never be lost again with me as your guide." The Fogman intoned, his voice dripping with an unsettling, almost cult-like fervor, as he drew closer and closer. She tried to retreat further, but her back pressed against the same fog wall she had crashed into earlier. "Stay back. I'm warning you," she cried out, desperation edging her voice. But the Fogman didn't heed her plea or threat. He just kept getting closer and closer, his form looming ominously through the thickening fog. Anyone, help. Any heroes out there, please help." She kept screaming toward the outside of the fog wall, desperately hoping for a savior to rescue her from this terrifying Fogman. But nobody came to her aid. The Fogman just kept inching closer and closer as the fog around them grew thicker by the second, slowly enveloping her. Tears streamed down her face as she dreaded her fate. "Dad, please. Help." She muttered her father's name in a last bit of hope as she was completely engulfed by the fog. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Suddenly, the roaring sound of an engine echoed through the fog, a motorcycle's engine. "Ha!" the Fogman muttered in surprise. The sound grew louder, coming from the thick fog behind him. Lights pierced through the dense fog, and a mysterious figure on a motorcycle emerged, speeding towards him. The motorcycle burst through the dense fog, cutting a clear path as it advanced, the thick mist swirling away in its wake. "What?" The Fogman was caught off guard by the sudden intruder, but the motorcycle didn't slow down, barreling towards him at high speed. Unable to react in time, he was struck by the motorcycle's advance before his body could dissipate quickly enough. He was sent flying through the air, crashing into the previously impenetrable fog wall behind the white-haired woman. The motorcycle's advance came to a halt, right in front of the stunned white-haired woman, and as it did, the fog that had enveloped the streets blew away, clearing the fog from the street, and revealing the person riding the motorcycle itself. The woman was struck with a mix of awe and confusion at the sight before her. The man on the motorcycle, the hero who had rescued her from the clutches of the Fogman. Clad in green armor with a full-face helmet. His his large glowing red eyes, pierced through the swirling mist, casting an eerie glow that shone through the lingering mist of the night. The masked rider hero had arrived. Author note, December 17, 2024. I made a slight edit to the timeskip years from 15 to 13 because I wanted to make it so that it's closer to them being 18 years old for Izuku and his peers. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. Now this is the true prologue of the story. This is where the story truly begins. Stay tuned for more. Oh, since I'm a shameless grifting author, I'm going to shamelessly promote as well. Check out my current original novel. Check out how my villain's grunt protagonist survives in a world of superhero comic book world. Also, check out and please support me at my p@tray0n.com/DemonKingAkuma. Comment 5 comment. Chapter 16, True Prologue 2, Green Rider Hero and Fog Monster. The white-haired woman stared in awe at her savior on the motorcycle, her heart still pounding from the terror of her near-death clutch of the Fogman. She couldn't help but become mesmerized by the appearance of this armored rider hero. She had never seen such an odd yet striking hero costume. Her savior wore a sleek, futuristic helmet that shimmered under the streetlights. The vibrant green surface was adorned with 2 large, red, compound eye-like visors, giving it an insect-like appearance that seemed almost alive. The bug's eye-like visors even glowed, adding to his intimidating and powerful presence. Sharp, angular antennae extended from the top of his helmet, adding to its distinctive bug-like look. His entire hero costume. No, his entire hero armor matched the helmet's futuristic and sleek style. A green, metallic upper torso armor with symmetrical arm guards, square-like pauldron shoulder guards, and leg guards. His armor seemingly designed for agility, yet didn't sacrifice defense. The vibrant green of the armor was accented with metallic silver and red lines, creating a cohesive and striking appearance. Around the neck of his armor was a white, neck-long scarf, flowing naturally behind him, almost blending into the breeze. Although it seemed out of place against his futuristic armor, it also felt strangely natural, as if it belonged there. Underneath the armor, he wore a form-fitting dark gray, almost black suit that clung to his lean yet muscular frame, hinting at both agility and power. Even his powerful-looking motorcycle bore the same green futuristic design as his armor, creating a seamless visual connection between the hero and his machine. As he dismounted from his ride, her eyes were drawn to a strange and yet prominent device on his midsection. Or in his case, his hero's belt. A sleek, futuristic white apparatus. It featured an elongated, hexagonal black display screen in the middle of it. It had black triggers on both upper corners of the apparatus and protruding block-like objects. They looked as if those blocks were plug-like objects that the hero had inserted into the device. But the most eye-catching part of her hero's odd apparatus was on the hexagonal screen of it. It was displaying two symbols that glowed brightly alongside each other. A green bug-like creature symbol occupied the left pane, and on the right pane, a dark gray letter was displayed, both side by side in perfect symmetry. She couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of this device on his belt was. It was such a prominent-looking piece that it felt like it was the most important part of his hero costume. Was this one of those hero gears that a few pro-heroes were using to help with their quirk? Her reverie was broken when she realized that this hero was approaching her. She was still lying on the asphalt ground after surviving the clutch of the fog villain, thanks to this armored rider hero. The fog villain himself was sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, having been struck by the armored rider hero's motorcycle. But, unlike the fog villain, his presence didn't incite fear. Instead, his presence invoked the sense of safety that she was quite familiar with. The presence of a hero. "You okay, lady?" her hero asked, concern evident in his tone as he offered her his hand. She was stunned, staring at his armored glove with wonder and curiosity as she pondered who this hero was. She could at least tell that the hero was a young man from the tone of his youthful voice. However, she had never seen or heard of a hero like him, so she thought that maybe her hero was newly debuted. After all, his appearance was so unique that there was no way anyone could have missed him, especially with the motorcycle he had been using to go around fighting villains. It would have also become a prominent characteristic of his. Breaking from her deep thought, the white-haired woman eventually took his offered hand, allowing him to help her to her feet. Thank you." "No problem," he replied casually. Unfortunately, their moment of respite was cut short as the masked hero looked back toward the fog villain he had sent flying earlier. She followed his line of sight and saw the fog villain behaving strangely all of a sudden. The fog villain was acting erratically. His body convulsed and twisted as if possessed by something. Suddenly, the convulsion stopped, and he stood up rapidly. The fog villain hung his head low, before lifting it suddenly, rage filling his ugly visage as he glared at the armored rider hero. Around him, an almost obscure dark aura was radiating around his body. An aura filled with malice and hatred. The fog villain even directed his glare at the woman. His menacing eyes made her shriek in terror as she quickly and instinctively hid behind her savior from the fog villain's threatening gaze. "DMNU. I'm supposed to be the savior here." The fog villain cursed the masked rider hero, but the hero stood unfazed by the intense hate and rage. He confidently stood his ground, protecting the woman hiding behind. This enraged the fog villain even more. "DMNU. DMNU. I'm supposed to be the savior here. I am the savior." The fog villain let out a yell of rage, repeating his delusional claim of being a savior. A burst of fog erupted from his entire body. The previously clear street was quickly engulfed as the fog encircled and trapped the masked rider hero and the white-haired woman. "Oh no!" the woman exclaimed as she saw the familiar dreadful fog surrounding her once again. She had briefly thought she was finally free from the fog villain's grasp when this armored rider hero came to her rescue, but it wasn't over. "Lady," the masked rider hero called her, breaking her out of her state of panic. She looked at his helmet-side visage and somehow she felt reassured as she saw his apparent fearless attitude. He didn't break his line of sight from the fog villain, but he did not show any fear, nervousness, or even hesitation. All she found was a confident hero, ready to face the big bad villain. "Find a safe spot." "Okay." She nodded, complying with his instruction. The woman then turned around and saw a nearby lamppost, which she quickly went and hid behind it. Meanwhile, the fog villain continued to produce more fog by the second. The fog enveloped his whole body and then condensed into a solid form. Slowly, his entire body transformed into a hulking white monstrosity, bulging with muscles formed by the fog. His visage became simple yet terrifying, with bulging features that made him look more like a monster than a human. The fog villain. No, the fog monster was born. "Demon you!" The fog monster roared at the armored rider hero. The white-haired woman was shocked and terrified by yet another twist of events, seeing the fog quirk user quickly transform into a monster-like entity. She had never seen such a transformation in a quirk user before. She knew and was quite familiar with quirks that turned or transformed the user into non-human forms, but never had she seen anything like this monstrosity. Was this the fog villain's innate quirk ability? Using his fog as a form? It could theoretically work, but it wouldn't have to be this solid-looking. She quickly turned her attention to her hero, trying to discern what he would do now. Instead, she still found him unfazed. He stood his ground confidently, staring back at the fog monster's deathly glare. "Turning into an Imagen, already huh?" the armored rider hero muttered, using a foreign term. "Imagen?" the woman echoed, not knowing what her hero had just uttered. Did he just say, Magen as in demon? DMNU. Afa. Unfortunately, her question would have to wait as the fog monster began to charge at the armored rider hero. The ground shook with each monstrous step it took. The hero braced himself, his bug's eye-like visors locked onto the oncoming fog behemoth. Author note: check the concept art illustration of our protagonist's main form in my p@tray0n.com/DemonKingAkuma. Don't worry, it's public post that everyone could see. Creator's thoughts. DemonKingAkuma. Stay tuned for more. Oh, since I'm a shameless grifting author and I want to make it a habit, I'm going to shamelessly promote as well. Check out my current original novel. Check out how my villain's grunt protagonist survives in a world of superhero comic book world. Also, check out and please support me at my p@tray0n.com/DemonKingAkuma. Comment 7 comment. Chapter 17. True Prologue 3. Access granted. The fog monster brute charged toward the armored rider hero. Each step it took shook the ground and caused cracks to spiderweb across the asphalt pavement, but the hero remained standing straight, unfazed by the oncoming behemoth's charge. Even as the ground trembled wildly, he stood his ground without the slightest disorientation. The white-haired woman was filled with dread upon seeing the lumbering fog monster barreling toward her hero. The fog monster closed in, raising its bulging fog muscle arms high in an attempt to smash the armored rider hero to pieces. "Watch out," she warned with a trembling voice. However, her warning seemed futile as the monster had already brought down its fists, smashing the very ground where the rider hero stood. Debris and dust blew out from where the fog monster had smashed its fists. Huh? But as the dust cleared, it was evident that the hero had vanished from the spot where the monster had attacked. "Missed me," the armored rider hero taunted, now standing behind the monster, unscathed and not even a speck of dirt marring his sleek green armor. Seeing its target still alive and hearing his taunt, the fog monster became even more enraged. "Grr! Ag!" It roared in anger, quickly turning around and trying to swipe the hero with one of its bulging arms. But The hero easily avoided its swipe, casually backstepping and allowing the attack to pass by him without harm. The monster, however, didn't stop there. It tried another swipe with its other bulging arm, but again, the rider hero dodged effortlessly, simply backstepping away from the swing as if it were just a minor inconvenience. "Missed me again," he taunted further, enraging the fog monster even more. The fog monster then continued its assault upon the rider hero, trying every single attack with its bulging arms. Swipes, smashes, punches, everything it could think of, but the hero simply dodged these attacks. Backsteps, sidesteps, quick pivots, every attack the fog monster tried on him, he dodged without much effort. Hiding behind the lamppost far from the confrontation, the white-haired woman was greatly astonished by the sheer agility of her hero. He had not yet received any of the attacks that the fog monster had thrown at him. It was like watching a graceful dancer evading every danger that was thrown at him. But she began to worry. How long could this dance of death between her hero and the fog monster continue? The fog monster grew more impatient with each missed attack. Each failed attempt only made it angrier, and the fog around them started to thicken. "Gore! Be sturdy. Stay still." The fog monster grumbled in annoyance and anger while still trying to take down the rider hero. It was quite clear that it had not a single chance to actually hit the hero, but the rider hero kept on playing this evasive game. "All right, my turn," the rider hero muttered casually. His sudden announcement confused the fog monster but also angered it. "You. Die." The fog monster reeled back its right arm to deliver a devastating punch toward the rider hero. But this too was easily dodged. Unfortunately for the fog monster, the hero wasn't finished. As he sidestepped to the right, avoiding the massive fist of the fog monster, the rider hero immediately launched a powerful kick straight to the fog monster's bulging abdomen. The impact between the rider hero's leg and the fog monster's abdomen caused a small shockwave that blew the nearby fog away, clearing the nearby proximity around them. "Gah!" The fog monster roared in pain as it reeled back from the impact, clutching its abdomen in agony. The rider hero didn't stop there. With a single step, he instantly closed the distance between him and the fog monster. He then began his assault upon the fog monster. Fluid and relentless, he delivered a succession of punches and kicks to the fog monster's bulging body, each blow strong enough to create small shockwaves that dispersed the thick fog around them. The fog monster staggered backward under the force of the rider hero's precise attacks, with every punch and kick sending ripples through the air and clearing the cloudy fog that had once engulfed them. Watching from afar, the white-haired woman was astonished yet again. Her hero was finally pushing back against the fog monster, his attacks as powerful and as impressive as his agility. She watched in awe as he executed each move with flawless precision, never faltering, never showing a hint of exhaustion. "Ag! You. You." The fog monster roared in frustration and anger, trying to fight back against the hero's relentless assault. It tried to land a hit on the rider hero, but each attack grew more desperate and erratic. However, the rider hero remained a step ahead, dodging and countering with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. Then, as the fog monster staggered back from the brutal onslaught it had received, it looked back toward the rider hero with pure hatred and anger, before immediately retreating, seemingly running away from him. The rider hero tilted his helmeted head, a bit confused by the fog monster's sudden retreat. Even more so to the white-haired woman who had been watching her rider hero fight the fog monster with almost utter demps. Seeing its apparent retreat toward the fog wall, the woman felt slightly relieved, thinking that maybe it was finally over, with the villain escaping the crime scene. But it was not over yet. As the fog monster entered the fog wall that had entrapped them, both her and her hero, said fog wall suddenly grew thicker. Not just that, but it slowly constricted upon them. Or more so toward the rider hero. You'll pay for disturbing my teaching." The fog monster's voice echoed ominously from all directions, reverberating off the dense fog wall that had entrapped them. The rider hero scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the monster's location, and quickly sidestepped. As he moved, a sudden solid-like stream of fog burst through the fog wall behind him, narrowly missing where he had just stood. But it wasn't over yet. More fog streams shot out from the fog wall, each one aiming for the rider hero with deadly precision. "Ha! Try evading now, Bissy," the fog monster taunted, its voice filled with smug confidence as it unleashed a barrage of fog stream attacks towards the hero. However, true to the fog monster's challenge, the hero used his unparalleled agility to dodge the multiple attacks, moving swiftly to avoid being struck by the solidified fog. A fog stream aimed to sweep his legs, but the rider hero jumped over it. Another stream shot towards his head, and he ducked just in time. He sidestepped one attack, then quickly backstepped to dodge another, his movements fluid and precise. As the hero skillfully dodged each attack, the fog monster's voice growled in frustration, echoing through the foggy arena. "Stay still." To everyone's surprise, the hero suddenly paused in his spot, standing confidently in place. "Sure," he said casually. Both the fog monster and the woman watching from a safe spot were baffled by the hero's sudden agreement, unsure of what to make of his unexpected compliance. The fog monster, however, snapped out of its confusion, finding the hero's casual, unthreatened demeanor insulting. "DMNU." It cursed, the echo reverberating around the fog arena, as it sent another barrage of fog attacks simultaneously from all around the fog wall toward the hero. The woman, witnessing the onslaught aimed at her hero, gasped in terror. Time seemed to slow down for her as she saw the imminent danger, fearing that her hero would be crushed by the fog monster's relentless assault. But the hero suddenly let out a short chuckle that echoed through the fog arena. He then pushed the protruding plug-like object on the left side of his belt apparatus, triggering a sound, a robotic voice emanating from it. "Metal. Imagi access." And he pushed it again, triggering another robotic sound. "Access granted. Metal ability. Metal stand," the hero calmly announced. Just before all the fog attacks reached and smashed into him, dust and debris burst from the spot where the hero stood. "No!" The woman gasped in horror as her hero was seemingly crushed by the fog monster's attack. "Ha! Finally!" The fog monster bellowed laughter that echoed around the fog arena after finally crushing the rider hero for good. "That's what you get for what?" But its celebration was cut short, because when the dust finally cleared, it revealed that the rider hero was still standing confidently in his exact same spot. He stood upright, seemingly unbothered and unharmed by the multiple solid fog attacks that had crushed and piled around him. "Is that all you've got?" Author note: check out my P at Patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. Also, check out my original novel too while you're at it. Stay tuned for more. Comment. 6 comment. Chapter 18, True Prologue 4, Rider Kick. Multiple streams of solid-like fog had crushed and piled upon the hero at the spot where he stood his ground. But he withstood them all, standing tall, confident, and unbothered, as if they were merely soft cushions against his body. When the dust cleared, it became even more apparent that something had happened to the hero's full armor. He was covered from the tips of his antennas to the tips of his leg armor with a gray-like coloring, as if he was gilded with metal over his entire body. "Is that all you've got?" the rider hero taunted the fog monster, who was still hiding inside the fog wall it had created. "DMNU. DMNU. DMNU." The fog monster's curses echoed loudly around the fog arena it had created. Then, soon after, it continued to send more and more streams of fog attacks toward the rider hero, who was still standing in the same spot. But it was futile. The rider hero took all of those attacks without even flinching. Not a single bit. Every fog attack that the fog monster sent at the hero did not have any effect on him, and he still stood his ground confidently, seemingly taunting the fog monster even more. Incredible. The white-haired woman watching from a safe spot was not only relieved to see her hero safe from harm, but also in awe of his feat of endurance, taking all of the fog monster's attacks head-on. She had figured that her hero excelled purely in agility and strength, but somehow, he had opted for a complete defense that not even the fog monster could harm him. She noticed he had done something to his hero gear apparatus just before the attack, making her wonder if it had contributed to his defensive ability. No, was it his defensive quirk? Is this all from his quirk? She wondered in awe at her hero, especially at the quirk-like ability he had shown her. However, the same could not be said for the fog monster currently hiding in the fog wall. Demon you! The fog monster suddenly cursed out loudly, and then it finally emerged from its hiding place inside the fog wall. It came out from behind the rider hero, raising its fist into the air, ready to deliver a devastating, rage-filled smash that might actually harm the hero. However, it was all just a ruse. Gotcha, the rider hero announced confidently, before quickly pushing the same protruding plug-like object on his belt apparatus, triggering the same activation sound as before. Metal. Imagi access. But then instead of pushing it again, he quickly pressed the trigger SW's on the top left corner of his apparatus, right on top of the previous plug-like object's position, triggering another different activation sound. Access granted. Metal Great Strike. The entire metal covering that had enveloped the hero's full armor shifted quickly towards his armored-gloved left hand, which suddenly transformed into a large metallic fist in the form of a knuckle. Before the fog monster could land its smashing attack, the rider hero swiftly turned around towards the fog monster. Metal Knuckle, the rider hero declared, delivering a powerful punch with his transformed left hand to the fog monster's bulging abdomen. Gah! It bellowed in pain from the punch it received, and was pushed back and sent flying like a rag doll. In the midst of the chaos, the white-haired woman watching from a safe spot gasped in astonishment. She couldn't believe the sheer force of the hero's blow, which sent the monstrous fog monster hurtling backward. The fog monster crashed into the ground, skidding and tumbling before finally coming to a stop. It struggled to get back on its feet, the impact of the rider hero's brutal onslaught and his earlier devastating punch clearly having taken its toll. Breathing heavily, the fog monster looked back in hatred toward the rider hero and anticipated another brutal assault from him. But the rider hero only stood his ground. He remained silent, not saying a single word, but the fog monster could feel it. Even the woman hiding in safety could also feel it from afar. The rider hero was asserting his dems over the fog monster. This enraged it even more than anything it had experienced before. It was angered when this hero had disturbed its attempt on the woman. It was angered when this hero had dodged its relentless assault. It was angered when the hero countered back with a brutal assault. And now, it was angered when the hero seemed to act above him, as if it was never a threat to him in the first place. Gore! The fog monster let out a loud roar that shook the whole street around them. It was loud enough that it might be heard from all across town. More fog came out from its body, enveloping it, bulking and enlarging its already large body to an even more monstrous size. Slowly rising from its down state, the fog monster lumbered forward, charging at the rider hero in a last desperate attempt to take him down once and for all. But it's over, the rider hero calmly announced. He then pushed the protruding green-colored part of his belt apparatus device, triggering another different activation sound directly from it. Grasshopper. Imagi access. He immediately followed by pressing the trigger SWs just above the protruding right part of his device, 2 times in a quick succession, and triggered another activation sound. Access granted. Grasshopper grand finish. Suddenly, something emerged from his belt device. A large hologram of a mechanical grasshopper the size of a dog. It appeared beside the rider hero's right side, just beside his right armored leg. It seemed quite lively as it announced its presence to everyone there. Shriek. It shrieked in excitement. The hero looked down at his holographic pet bug, seemingly in an endearing way. "Let's go," he said to his pet bug, which responded by shrieking in excitement again. It then slowly dispersed its holographic body and entered his armored right leg, illuminating said leg with a powerful green energy. The rider hero pulled back his right leg and prepared himself into a lower stance. as if he was preparing for an attack himself. The enlarged fog monster charged toward the rider hero in a fit of blind rage, not noticing or caring about whatever the rider hero had been planning. It just wanted to destroy the bug that had been disturbing its duty as the savior. But then, "Rider!" the rider hero announced, before also charging forward. And he jumped high. Kick! He leaped into the air toward the large fog monster and delivered a powerful flying side kick to the charging fog monster's torso. The impact of his kick created a tremendous shockwave that cleared out the rest of the fog from the street, returning the street to its former fogless condition. But he wasn't done. The hero's rider kick didn't stop there. With a final push, he sent the large fog monster flying backward and separated the fog monster's real human body from its monstrous form. As the hero's devastating kick connected, the fog monster's real human body, the fog villain, was forcibly expelled from the monstrous form. The unconscious man's body plummeted heavily to the asphalt street. Meanwhile, the hero seemed to phase through the human host, his momentum unbroken, as he continued to drive the monstrous form backward. The fog monster, now detached from its host, was lifted off the ground, carried along by the hero's relentless kick. The sheer force of the attack propelled the fog monster through the air, as if it was being driven by an unstoppable force. The hero's powerful kick propelled the fog monster further and further away, the force of the impact sending ripples through the air, clearing any lingering fog and restoring clarity to the street. As the fog monster and the rider hero clashed with titanic force, their collision culminated in a sudden, massive explosion that rocked the entire street. The deafening blast sent shockwaves through the air, rattling windows and shaking the ground beneath their feet. The woman, watching in horror from a safe distance, could only stare wide-eyed as flames and smoke billowed into the sky, obscuring her view. Fear gripped her heart as she frantically scanned the chaos from a distance, her mind racing with worry. Had something gone horribly wrong? She had never expected her hero to explode alongside the monstrous fog monster. Dread crept into her heart, but, amidst the chaos, a faint hope flickered. The smoke slowly began to clear, revealing the aftermath of the fiery explosion. She spotted a lone figure standing amidst the blaze in the distance. A dark silhouette emerged from the flames, backlit by the raging fire, its presence both eerie and commanding. It was him, the rider hero himself. He stood in front of the inferno, with his helmet's glowing red eyes as the only beacon of his presence. Author note, and shameless promotion. The iconic rider kick is here. As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. Also, check out my original novel too while you're at it. Stay tuned for more. Comment 5 comment. Chapter 19, True Prologue 5, Passing by Kamen Rider. The white-haired woman gazed upon the dark silhouette of her hero as he stood in front of the blazing inferno. His helmet's glowing red eyes were the only proof of his existence to her. She was stunned at the sight of this rider hero and the things he had done. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. It felt surreal, like a dream. The things she had seen with her own 2 eyes defied the most logical sense of her mind. She stared at the glowing red eyes of his helmet, feeling as if they were locked in an unspoken exchange. There was a moment of silence between them, before the rider hero turned around and looked back at the inferno behind him. The flames were slowly dying down, and his dark silhouette gradually diminished, revealing the back of his green-armored figure lit only by a nearby street lamps. Soon enough, the bright inferno disappeared completely, leaving only scorch marks and debris from the explosion. But the woman managed to see a faint, hazy dark aura lingering at the spot of the explosion. It was the same dark aura that had enveloped the fog villain before he became the fog monster. The fog villain himself lay on the ground nearby, seemingly unconscious. She was confused, as she had thought that the fog villain had already transformed completely into the fog monster. But there he was, in human form, lying on the ground far from the place where his monstrous form was taken out by the hero. Her writer hero had somehow separated the man from his monster, as if they were different entities altogether. She had thought the man used his fog quirk as a means of body enhancement. But now, she wasn't even sure if the fog villain was using a fog-like quirk at all. The same could be said toward her hero. She had thought he had a metal-related quirk, as he initially showed by covering his whole body with metal and turning his hand into a giant metal fist. But then she had seen the holographic pet bug that came out from his belt apparatus. From that point on, everything that happened became more surreal than the last. She continued to watch her hero's actions and odd behavior from a distance, carefully gauging what he would do as he gazed upon the dark aura. He held up his right hand, and the dark aura suddenly began to gather into it. What? She muttered in shock, unable to comprehend why her hero was absorbing the dark aura that she had felt was full of malice. Why would a hero need something so malicious? Her thoughts ran wild with questions and possible explanations, trying to rationalize his odd behavior. But she couldn't find any answers. Again, everything that had happened tonight was the most bizarre event of her life. The white-haired woman could only watch in silence as the hazy dark aura slowly disappeared into the hero's hand. And then it was completely gone without a trace. But from a distance, she managed to catch a glimpse of something in his armored gloved hand. A tube-like object, almost like a glass vial. Inside the vial was a dark, almost purple substance. She soon realized that her hero was collecting this dark, malicious aura. He confirmed the vial in his hand, and then turned around toward her. He began to walk toward her position. She became frantic, unsure whether she should welcome her hero with wide-open arms, thanking him for saving her life like a princess welcoming her savior knight. The whole situation was so confusing that she could only watch in breathless anticipation as her hero drew closer and closer, only to pass right by her. She blinked in confusion. She couldn't comprehend why her hero had just walked past her spot. She had expected him to stop and talk to her, or perhaps acknowledge her presence. Instead, he had just passed by her as if she didn't matter to him anymore. She slowly looked back toward the hero who had passed by her, and realized he was heading towards his motorcycle, conveniently parked near the lamp post that she had used as a safe spot. It dawned on her then, she had completely misinterpreted his direction. Feeling a tad embarrassed for her misunderstanding, she chuckled nervously to herself and tried to play it off as if she hadn't been waiting there to greet him. But then she quickly realized again. He was going to leave. Wait, please wait. She turned around and called out to her hero. Said hero, luckily, did stop in his tracks. He didn't turn his back to her, but only his green helmet turned toward her as he peered at her with his helmet's glowing red eyes. Even though she believed he meant no harm, his gaze upon her was still quite intimidating. Even so, she shook off her bewilderment from the hero's intense gaze and quickly approached him. She stopped just a few inches away from his back. And then, "Thank you for saving me, hero." She thanked him as she bowed her head in gratitude. She was still confused by the whole ordeal, from the villain turning into a monster to the existence of this green-armored hero himself. But even so, this was something that needed to be said to the person who had saved her life. And thus, she showed her gratitude toward him. There was a moment of silence between the hero and the woman, the latter still bowing her head in gratitude. "No problem," the hero finally replied casually to her gratitude. She blinked in surprise again at his nonchalant demeanor. However, she quickly rationalized that maybe this was just his personality in general. But then he looked back forward and resumed his advance toward his motorcycle. She hastily halted him again, calling out, "Wait, please wait." His helmeted head turned towards her once more, his glowing red eyes fixing upon her again, with the same unsettling presence that had intimidated her moments before. Quickly shaking off the feeling, she gathered her courage and asked, "What was all that just now?" She had asked the biggest question of her life. The thing she had witnessed was beyond anything she could imagine, even in a world filled with strange quirk abilities. This single night of her life surpassed all those experiences. And she wanted. No, she needed to know the explanation behind it all. Her hero paused for a moment after hearing her question. But then he finally answered. cryptically. You're better off not knowing. With that, he resumed his advance towards his motorcycle, leaving her stunned, bewildered, and more confused than ever. He started to mount his motorcycle, the powerful engine roaring to life as he prepared to leave. Feeling a surge of urgency, the woman shouted out again and again to catch his attention, "Wait! Please wait! Just one more thing at least." The hero looked back toward her from his mounted position, seemingly allowing her to ask just one more question. And she seized the opportunity. "At least tell me who you are," she pleaded. The rider hero paused, looking at her with his helmet's glowing red eyes. "I'm just a passing-by Kamen rider," he finally answered. Kamen. Rider?" She echoed the hero's name, confusion evident on her visage. Before she could make sense of his hero's name, he revved up his motorcycle's powerful engine once more. The roar echoed in the quiet night as he sped away, his white scarf flowing backward in the wind, leaving her watching his figure slowly shrink away in the distance. As the echoes of his motorcycle faded into the night, the distant wail of police sirens drew closer to her position. Author note, and shameless promotion. The true prologue opening arc is finally done. Now, we are back toward the beginning of the series where the MHA story truly began. As usual, check out my P at Patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Chapter 20. Do you want to be a hero? 1. Stiff morning. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of birds chirping could be heard from outside a dimly lit room, illuminated only by strands of light seeping through the curtains. These few strands of light reached toward the bed inside the room, where a young man lay sprawled in an ungraceful manner as he slept through the appealing and serene morning of Mizudafu City. His green, wild, and fluffy hair was tousled, and he occasionally scratched at his scalp, ruffling his hair further in his sleep. He snored softly, lost in blissful slumber. Knock, knock, knock. "Onion, are you awake yet?" A few knocks and a feminine voice came from the door leading out of the room, calling for the young man who remained blissfully unaware on his bed. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued, as if expecting the young man to wake up at any moment. But to no avail. His snoring grew louder. Sigh. Still asleep. The voice of the young lady complained from outside the room. Finally, the door creaked open, and the owner of the voice stepped inside. A young lady entered the room. As she walked further inside, her appearance became slightly clearer in the strands of light seeping from the curtain. Her deep green hair was neatly styled into a short bob that framed her appealing visage. Peering through the dim light, she approached the bed where the young man slept. She observed the sleeping figure of the young man before letting out another sigh. She then turned around and headed for the curtained window. With a strong grip on the curtains, she pulled them open. The bright sunlight flooded the room, illuminating every corner, including the figure of the young lady, who was wearing the black sailor school uniform of Aldra High School, complete with its red tie. She was ready, prim and proper, for an appealing day of school. Not like a certain young man who was groaning from the sudden intense light. Ugh! Too bright. The young man on the bed groaned and complained about the sudden light that assaulted his sleeping face, shielding himself from it with his arms. "Oni, wake up already," the young lady insisted to her older brother, who was now even covering his eyes with a blanket to continue hiding away from the sun. 5 more minutes, Chisa." The young man retorted back while grumbling, his voice still heavy with sleep. Seeing her older brother's stubbornness, Chisa formed a small pout on her lips. She let out another sigh. Before lifting her right hand and hovering it over her older brother's lying figure on the bed. Her right hand glowed faintly, and then the pillows and blanket that her brother was using also glowed as well. Unaware of the objects around him glowing, the young man still tried to sleep through it. Chisa quickly jerked her glowing right hand, which also affected the pillows and blanket that her older brother was using, sending not only those objects flying to the side but even her older brother as well. Whoa! The young man was thrown out of his bed onto the floor with a heavy thud. As he lay on the ground, face down in a hapless posture, he groaned in pain from the sudden and forceful wake-up by his younger sister. Chisa, couldn't you just wake me up normally? Izuku! Chisa! What is that sound? A sudden shout came from the floor beneath them, the floor below the room of the young man, Izuku. He was still lying on the ground and could hear the voice of a woman from below. I'm waking up Onion, Mom. Chisa shouted back. Oh, is that so? Then please tell him that breakfast is ready. Okay, Mom. Mother and daughter communicated through the floor ceiling of the house while the only son still groaned in pain from the forceful wake-up. Slowly, he rose from the ground, rubbing his eyes to finally clear the sand off them. As he stood up, his lean and athletic figure towered over his younger sister, even when he cracked his neck a few times to loosen the stiffness from his neck. You know, you shouldn't abuse your quirk like that, Shik-chan. The older brother chastised his little sister, using her childhood nickname on her. He even raised his index finger and wagged it in front of his little sister's pouting visage as if he were lecturing her, especially not with your beloved older brother like that. Just get ready already, dumb Oni-chan, she retorted, ignoring his playful attitude toward her as she walked past him to leave his room. Her mission to wake up her older brother was successful, and she didn't want to deal with his silly antics. Yawn. Yeah, Izuku replied, stretching his body to relieve the intense stiffness that had set in, not just from waking up, but also from his recent routine, nightly activities. After feeling that his muscles were sufficiently loosened, he continued with his morning routines, which consisted of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, all 100 times each in a quick succession. These were routines that his dear grandfather had enforced on him to ensure he stayed in shape, especially in urban city life. Though this was just the light version of it, the young man shuddered a bit as he remembered the grueling sessions he had to endure from his beloved grandpa during the first few years of his childhood at his grandparents' place. After finally finishing his morning routines, he went to his room window and gazed at the sight of Mizudafu City's suburban complex. His gaze, in particular, moved toward Mizudafu City's main urban landscape in the distance, where the buildings stood sky-high. From the window of his second-floor house, he gazed momentarily at the distant skyscrapers of Mizudafu, seemingly lost in thought about something important. He then opened his smartphone, checking on something of significance. Another one already, he muttered to himself as he read the news on his smartphone. Sighing, he began preparing himself for another day of high school. Check Chisa's character designs concept art on my P at Tray0N. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. We are beginning with a mundane morning, and I would like to apologize for those expecting daily yesterday. I got sick all of the sudden and the only thing that I could write was for my mandatory original novel. But right now, I'm recovering and hopefully to the fullest. So let's continue on with our fanfiction here. As always, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 21. Do you want to be a hero? 2. Morning news. Izuku, now dressed in his Aldera High School Gakuren and with his small briefcase-like school bag in hand, descended to the first floor of his house. As he went down, he could already smell the faint, delicious aroma of breakfast. He smiled, knowing that this enticing scent was coming from his mother's cooking, which he and his little sister always loved. When he approached the source of the mouth-watering aroma, he found himself in the open living room space of his house. There, his mother sat on the couch with the TV on, broadcasting the day's news. She was on her smartphone, speaking in a professional tone to what he assumed was one of her company's employees. She was already prim and proper, wearing her dark blue office formal suit that hugged her charming and mature figure as she spoke to her smartphone with an elegant and formal manner. Yes, please make sure the documents are ready for the meeting by 10 o'clock. And remember to double-check the figures in the financial report. Her voice was stern and clear as she directed the person on the other end of the phone. Then she noticed Izuku entering the living room. "Izuku, hold on for a moment," she said, excusing herself to the person on the phone as she lowered the device. She then looked back at Izuku with a warm smile, greeting him, "Good morning, dear." "Good morning, Mom," Izuku greeted back with his own casual attitude. His laid-back demeanor earned another warm smile from his mother. "I've already cooked breakfast, so enjoy it with Chisa, okay?" She gestured toward the nearby dining room that was connected to the living area. There, his little sister was already at the dining table, enjoying their mother's cooking. "I still have some things to take care of, so go ahead and eat breakfast without waiting for me," she said before returning to her phone to resume her business conversation. "I apologize for the interruption. Now." His mother continued her phone call as he turned toward the dining room table. There, he saw a complete Japanese breakfast set with its delicious smell at its strongest. "All right," he exclaimed excitingly to himself as he promptly sat in the chair beside his little sisters. He then made a quick prayer with a cheerful tone, "Itadakimasu," before quickly digging into his breakfast with gusto. He savored each bite of his breakfast with contentment. The aroma of miso soup and grilled fish filled the air. But a snippet of news coming from the living room TV caught his ears. And the breaking news of the day. The Mizudafu Police Department has successfully apprehended a notorious criminal responsible for a series of heinous kidnappings and disappearances that have plagued the city, including a failed attempt to abduct the first daughter of the number 2 pro-hero, Endeavor. The dramatic arrest came just in time to prevent what could have been an even more sensational tragedy, the TV anchor's voice reported clearly. Izuku's ears perked up as he chewed, his curiosity piqued. He directed his attention toward the large living room TV. The broadcast cut to footage from last night, showing police vehicles and flashing lights in the middle of the night on Mizudafu's urban streets. They had arrested, handcuffed, and brought the fog villain into the police car, while a nearby ambulance and its medical staff attended to a particular bespectacled white-haired woman. "That lady," Izuku muttered to himself upon seeing the woman. Chisa, who was beside him, heard his muttering and was curious about what her brother was currently watching. The suspect, identified as Murojirai Kirihara, a middle-aged office worker with the quirk known as fog, was arrested last night. The anchor continued, beginning to detail all of the information pertaining to the suspect. Kirihara, who had been operating under the cover of foggy nights, seemingly artificially created by his own quirk, was found to have imprisoned several missing women in the basement of his house. Reports suggest that he was involved in cult-like activities and had forced himself on them. He is also believed to be responsible for the disappearance and deaths of several missing men over the past month. Izuku's brow raised a bit as he listened while continuing to eat his breakfast. Now the TV showed a live broadcast of Mizudafu's police headquarters. The number 2 hero, Endeavor, in his flaming hero costume, stood at the forefront. Behind him were a group of important figures, most likely the police chief and other high-ranking officials. The reporters, eager and relentless, bombarded him with questions. A reporter's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Endeavor, can you provide more details about the suspect and the situation involving your first daughter, Todoroki Fuyumi? How close was she to becoming one of the latest victims?" Endeavor, his face stern and resolute, answered, "The police have handled the arrest. We are grateful for their swift action. As for my daughter, she was indeed targeted but fortunately escaped unharmed and is currently recovering from the shock." Another reporter chimed in, "Who made the arrest of your daughter's would-be kidnapper? Was it a pro-hero on patrol? Was it the police? Or did you intervene personally due to your daughter's involvement?" Endeavor's eyes narrowed slightly, his patience wearing thin. "The arrest was made by the brave police force. My role was to provide assistance and support where necessary." Hearing this answer raised another eyebrow from Izuku, as his lips formed into a small smirk, seemingly finding it amusing. Another reporter chimed in, but their question was quite abrasive. "Endeavor, why did it take so long for this criminal to be arrested? Why wasn't he apprehended sooner when the artificially created foggy weather and the disappearances started happening? Another one chimed in, supporting the previous reporter's inquiry. Where was the pro-hero or the police force when these strange occurrences were happening? Did they not notice? The questions continued to pour in, shifting from serious inquiries to more personal matters. What about your second daughter? We've heard she will be attending UA University next semester. Can you comment on that? Endeavor's face hardened, clearly irritated by the sudden topic of his daughter. He threw an intense glare at the reporters, quickly shutting them all up. He then glanced back toward the high-ranking police officers behind him. I'll take my leave here. Direct all further inquiries to the police department, he said sternly. As Endeavor started to leave, the reporters surged forward but were quickly held back by a line of police officers. The news anchor's voice returned. We will keep you updated on the Foggy Night kidnapping case and provide further information on the press conference and the ongoing investigation. Moving on, we have a report of an increase in villains rampaging. The news anchor continued to broadcast other news. Thank you for the meal. Chisa's voice could be heard as she thanked the food she had eaten. She stood up and took her dirty dishes to wash them near the open kitchen connected to the dining room and living room. You at university? Meanwhile, Izuku echoed the word that the last live reporter had asked toward Endeavor, seemingly curious and pondering over it. He then turned his head toward Chisa, whom was currently doing her dishes. And he finally realized something. Yeah, I almost forgot. Check Chisa's character designs concept art on my P at Tray0N. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. The mundane morning continues. As usual, check out my P at Trian.com/DemonKingAkuma. To see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. One comment. Chapter 22, Do You Want to Be a Hero? 3. Mundane Aspirations? Izuku quickly went through his school bag and tried to find something in it. Chisa, who had finished washing her dishes, was promptly preparing herself to go to school early. Mom, I'm heading out now. I have a meeting with Sora-sensei this morning, so I'm leaving early. Her mother, Inko, who was still talking with her employee on the phone, quickly lowered her phone again to respond to Chisa. Okay, dear. Stay safe. My apologies again. Please plan the next schedule. Inko then promptly continued her phone call. As Chisa was about to leave the living room. Chisa! Wait! Izuku halted her advance as he finally found what he was looking for. What is it, Oniai-chan? Chisa inquired toward her older brother, curious about his sudden urgent voice. You said you're going to meet with Sora-sensei, right? Since she's your gymnastics club advisor and all. He said, then held out a piece of paper toward her. Can you give her this paper for me? What is this? Chisa inquired again, her tone suspicious as she eyed the paper. She slowly took the paper and briefly read the content. And it was none other than his career aspirations survey paper. Can't you just give it to her yourself? Chisa asked, her tone a mix of exasperation and concern for her older brother. I kind of forgot to give it to her yesterday, and the deadline was supposed to be yesterday too. Izuku averted his eyes for a moment, slightly embarrassed by his tardiness. So, please? Can you give it to her for me? Chisa stared at the paper for a moment before letting out a sigh. Fine, she said as she took the paper from his hand. Thanks, Shik-chan. You're the best little sister a brother could have. He exclaimed, acting all gushy toward her. Geez. Knock it off, you dumb onion, Chisa retorted with a slight blush on her cheek, embarrassed by her brother's silly antics. She promptly left the living room and shouted from the hallway, I'm going. Yeah, be careful. Izuku shouted back from the living room. He then turned around and sat back at the dining table to continue his breakfast, devouring the breakfast that his beloved mother had prepared for him. Meanwhile, outside of the house, Chisa had walked out from her suburban house. But She stopped for a moment as she brought up the career aspirations survey paper of her older brother. She read the form and saw what her brother had put on his future aspiration plan. Sales manager. Farmer. While his chosen universities were Mizudafu Community University, University of Mizudafu. His aspiration choices were related to their mother and their grandparents' field of work, most likely indicating that he wanted to continue the family's business. Meanwhile, his chosen universities were all just places that were close to home. Their home. Chisa looked back at the house she had been living in for almost 4 years, reflecting on the journey that had brought her, her brother Izuku, and their mother, Inko, back to Mizudafu City again. They had returned after spending roughly a decade in Aso Prefecture. Following the passing of their father, Hisashi. During her childhood in Aso's farming village, her mother Inko had been remarkably successful in transforming their family's farming business. In the early years, it seemed almost miraculous how Inko managed to elevate their modest family operation into a thriving enterprise. She soon founded an agricultural company in Aso under their family name, Midoriya Agricultural. Her tireless dedication and business acumen soon bore fruit, and within a few years, the company had become a notable presence in the region. By the time 10 years had passed, Midoriya Agricultural had evolved into a household name in Aso. The company's success did not go unnoticed. And it wasn't long before Inko had the opportunity to expand the business beyond Aso Prefecture. When the chance arose to enter the bustling market of Shizuoka, one of Japan's largest melting pots, she seized it with both hands. Her mother had presented the offer to both her and her older brother, a move back to Shizuoka with her, where they had once lived. Though neither of them had strong opinions about the relocation, they were curious about the prospect of urban life after such a long time. They both agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to reconnect with the vibrant city life they had once known. Thus, they found themselves moving back to Mizudafu City, leaving behind their countryside life for the urban environment they had previously lived in. This time, however, their transition was more comfortable thanks to their greatly improved financial situation. Grandpa even shed a few tears when we left. She remembered fondly of her grandparents in Aso. They were now mostly retired from the farming business and letting her mother took care most of it, even from Shizuoka. Returning to the present, Chisa looked back at the paper in her hand as she read her brother's future aspirations. It seemed he didn't have much of an aspiration to begin with and had based his choices simply on continuing the family business. Normally, this was not uncommon and was even encouraged as a good prospect for the future. Yet, at the same time, she felt there was something wrong about this path of his. Chisa knew about her brother's secret activities. While he had kept it a secret from the world, including their mother, she had discovered his secret one fateful night. A meeting with a green-masked hero. She wondered if her brother had deliberately chosen these aspirations because he didn't want to stand out. Maybe he wanted to be like those underground, unlicensed vigilantes. But those people were still outlaws in the end for breaking pro-hero laws, and she didn't want her brother to become an outlaw. She then looked back at the career aspirations survey paper once more. And a wild idea crossed her mind. She raised her left hand over the paper held in her right. Her left hand glowed with the same light she had used on her brother's bed that morning, and she applied it to the paper in her hand. But it wasn't exactly on the paper itself. Rather, she directed the glow toward her brother's pen-written aspirations. With a clear focus, she moved the ink of the writings downward, toward the next row beneath each choice, both his aspirations and his choice of universities. Her hand stopped glowing after confirming that her quirk handiwork was complete. She then quickly pulled out a pen of her own and skillfully added, and even copying his handwriting, to both the first row of each forms. Pro-hero. UA University. Check Chisa's character designs concept art on my Patreon. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. What's this? Is Miss Little Sister pranking her older brother? As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma. To see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Chapter 23. Do you want to be a hero? For searching for something. Mom, I'm going. The young man Izuku shouted from the hallway of his home as he was about to depart for another day of school. His mother peeked out from the living room, still holding on to her phone. Okay, dear. Stay safe, she shouted back, then promptly returned to the living room to continue with her business. Heh, as busy as usual, he chuckled, seeing his mother's workaholic attitude. Still, he was glad she always found time to cook them breakfast despite being swamped with work. Izuku really respected his mother for being able to juggle work and parenting at the same time. He finally left his house. Casually walking through downtown Mizudafu, Izuku was threading the path to his usual school route. Though he was indeed going to school, he didn't take the shortest route. Instead, he liked to take a few detours here and there. For a reason, of course. While he was indeed going to school, he was also scanning through all the nooks and crannies of the street, looking for something. He routinely checked his smartphone as if trying to confirm to that something he was looking for. Right now, though, Izuku was going through the commercial district path toward his high school. A bit of a detour, but he was confident he would reach it with a few minutes to spare. But then, something else entirely caught his interest. Boom. Crashing sounds and a few explosions could be heard from the distance ahead of him, coming from the elevated railway in the middle of the commercial district. People around him started to react with surprise and shock, trying to identify the loud sounds. What was that? I don't know, but it's coming from the railway. Is it a villain attack? Another voice shouted in panic, seemingly aware and familiar with such sounds. Over there. One of the crowds pointed at a specific spot on the railway, and lo and behold, there was someone on the railway. Kaiju? Izuku muttered quietly upon witnessing a giant monster-like figure. It was on the railway near a commuter station, seemingly rampaging in a state of panic. Is that him? One of the crowd members asked. Did he really turn into a monster using his quirk? He did. He tried to steal a purse and got cornered. And now he used his quirk to turn into that giant monster and start rampaging. Another chimed in, seemingly having seen the actual criminal act before he turned into a giant. It seemed that the giant monster was none other than a common villain who had used his quirk to try to make a getaway. Of course, being giant was quite counterproductive for that futile purpose of his. As all of the crowd and bystanders could see, the giant villain was frantically trying to fend off a normal-sized pro-hero who was chasing after him. A pro-hero who wore a skin-tight costume with wooden-like limbs. Look, it's Kamui Woods, someone in the crowd pointed out. Yeah, that's him. He's trying to stop the villain, another added excitedly. I've seen him in action before, he's amazing. Go, Kamui Woods. Show that villain what you're made of. The crowd buzzed with comments and excitement, witnessing the confrontation between a well-known pro-hero and a villain. Izuku himself was also interested in seeing how their confrontation would unfold. While he wasn't quite the avid fan of superheroes he used to be as a kid, it was still something he liked to witness, especially how their quirk mechanisms worked. But of course, the true reason he liked watching these heroes versus villains fights was for a specific purpose. Izuku was searching for a certain anomaly from both the villains and even the heroes. And he knew that these people were usually the best spot to find these anomalies. His first priority was the giant villain, as he began to analyze the villain's gigantism quirk ability. Kaiju transformation? No, that is his natural facial structure. Moreover, his body structure is still retaining 95% human anatomy. So, just basic gigantification transformation, he deduced quickly from just a simple glance as the giant villain still tried to fend off attacks coming from Kamui Woods' wooden-based assault. But this giant villain wasn't the thing he was looking for, as he confirmed with a small frown that the giant villain didn't have it. Then Izuku's eyes went over to Kamui Woods, and he tried to analyze the wood hero. Wood manifestation? No, he didn't try to summon any of them from the villain's surroundings. He only manipulated the wood from his own arms. So, mutant-type quirk, he deduced at first, but then saw that Kamui Woods only manipulated his wooden arm to a certain extent before returning it back to its normal form. No, it's a temporary transformation type. And not the one either. What's this, young man? Are you analyzing the quirks of that hero and villain? An old man suddenly chimed into Izuku's mumbling. Izuku looked back at the old man with a slightly sheepish look, realizing that he had been mumbling all this time. Sorry about that. Just a bit of a habit of mine. A habit, you say? With a habit like that, are you perhaps aiming to be a pro-hero, young man? The old man inquired to Izuku. I'm not that ambitious, sir. I just like seeing quirks in action, that's all. I get it, young man. The old man nodded in understanding. It's quite the sight to see these quirks in action, isn't it? Yeah. I guess you can say that. He muttered at the end, which made the old man slightly confused. But both he and the old man returned to witness the confrontation of the hero against the villain, and it seemed that the pro-hero Kamui Woods had the upper hand here despite their size difference. As Kamui Woods stood on the rooftop of the commuter station, he held out his hand, preparing to unleash his signature move. Lacquered chain prison. The wood hero shouted as he manipulated his right wooden-like arm, turning it into many wooden tendrils. Those tendrils quickly spread through the giant villain as if trying to bind the villain to Esping. But before his wooden prison could be completed, a sudden interruption came in the form of a giant flying kick from a giant woman. Kamen. The giant woman shouted as she had jumped higher over the already high-elevated railway, and her giant flying kick connected to the smaller giant villain's head. The giant villain was instantly knocked out from the larger giant woman's kick, and he was pushed off the railway, dropping down onto the asphalt street beneath the railway. Everyone was surprised and shocked by the sight of the sudden interloper, except for a few hardcore superhero fans, who had already prepared with their cameras ready to go. Multiple camera shutters rained upon the sight of the giant woman wearing the skin-tight suit. It seems that I already have fans. The giant woman's words echoed through the streets of Mizudafu as she apprehended the unconscious smaller giant villain. Today's my debut. Pleased to meet you all. You can call me Mount Lady. Her words incited the crowd with cheers and excitement, and of course camera shutters, as they had just witnessed a newcomer pro-hero's debut, especially, of course, for the male audience. Meanwhile, Izuku was staring at the sight of the giant lady's triumphant pose. Not in a leering way, mind you, but something more intense, as she reminded him of a certain alien giant entity that he was quite fond of. Ultraman, he muttered to himself, as a grin slowly formed on his lips. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. Well now, does our protagonist Izuku have a rather particular hobby? We'll have to see in the future. As usual, check out my p@trian.com/DemonKingAkuma. To see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. Comment. Chapter 24. Do you want to be a hero? 5. Adoring fans' slight rewrite. A crowd had formed around the commercial district, with the center of attention being the arrest of the rampaging giant villain, achieved through the heroic deed of the newly debuted pro-hero, Mount Lady. Mount Lady stood and basked in the crowd's attention and cheers as she had apprehended the giant villain. Police officers had finally arrived and had fully restrained the villain before he could rampage again. Once the police had taken the criminal away, what remained was the aftermath of the fight and the pro-hero herself, who began to flaunt her newfound fame. Naturally, crowds began to form around her, and she was ecstatic to receive their attention. This is her pro-hero debut? She's incredible. Mount Lady, you were amazing. I can't believe she can turn bigger than that giant villain. Man pro-heroes these days are getting more appealing. Mount Lady over here. Smile for the camera. Naturally, many cameras began to capture both her heroic figure and, of course, her alluring charm. She was not camera shy. In fact, she even went so far as to pose for some of the shots directed at her like a fashion model would, much to the male audience's delight. Just then, a bespectacled young woman, holding a clipboard, approached the posing pro-hero. "Excuse me, Mount Lady," she stuttered slightly, glancing at the crowd of adoring fans and the flashing cameras. I hate to interrupt your moment of fame, but we need to wrap this up. The police are asking for your statement about the incident." Mount Lady turned toward the bespectacled young woman with a playful pout, her irritation evident. But I'm just getting started with my new fans here," she replied, waving at the crowd and earning another cheer from them. The young woman, likely a manager figure, smiled sympathetically. She understood that as a new pro-hero, getting some fans and fame would be beneficial in the long run. However, Miss Manager stood her ground. I know. You're doing great, but we really need to follow protocol. It's important for your debut to go smoothly." With a reluctant sigh, Mount Lady conceded. All right. Duty calls, I guess." She turned back to the crowd, raising her hand in a farewell gesture. "Thanks for the love, everyone. I'll be back soon." As she and her manager began to leave the dispersing crowd, a sudden clear voice called out. "Excuse me, Mount Lady?" The voice caught the newbie pro-hero's attention. She looked toward the source of the voice and saw a young man in a high school Gakuran suddenly step into their path, halting their advance. What? Both Mount Lady and her manager were slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man. They looked at him, a handsome and tall youth with wild, dark green fluffy hair. Both women were slightly on guard due to the young man's sudden obstruction, though less so for Mount Lady, who found him strangely charming. Miss Manager, slightly flustered by the young man's sudden arrival, spoke first. "I'm sorry, young man, but can we help you with something? We're in a bit of a hurry here." The young man stood at his spot without saying anything, making both women anxious. Initially, they thought he might be one of those braver fans who approached beyond the comfortable line, especially given that Mount Lady was a female hero. However, he just stood there with a small, reassuring smile, seemingly without any perverse intent. At least, that was their initial impression. The young man finally spoke. "I'm sorry for the interruption, Miss Mount Lady, but..." He trailed off as he began to pull something out of his bag. This seemingly innocuous action put both women on high alert, thinking he might be about to do something heinous, especially toward Mount Lady. But before they could react, the young man had already pulled something from his bag. And it was a notebook and a pen? "Please, can I have your autograph?" Both women blinked in surprise, falling into a stunned silence. They stared at the young man as he bowed his head and presented his notebook and pen toward Mount Lady. "Autograph?" Mount Lady echoed, still a bit shaken by the young man's unexpected approach. However, the mention of an autograph seemed to ease her tension. "Yes, Miss Mount Lady." The young man replied with genuine enthusiasm. "I absolutely loved your pro-hero debut, and it would mean a lot to me if I could get your autograph." Is that so?" Mount Lady became slightly flustered by the young man's clear fanboying. This was the first time she had ever been asked for an autograph, both personally and as a pro-hero. She was feeling a mix of excitement and nerves, as this was one of those moments where she was finally getting the fame and glory she had always dreamed of. However, Miss Manager wasn't having it. "I'm sorry, young man," Miss Manager said sternly, adjusting her glasses as if to underscore her professionalism. "Mount Lady does not have time for." "I would love to give you an autograph, young man." Mount Lady interjected with clear enthusiasm, stepping forward. "Mount Lady?" "It's fine, Sayaka-chan." Mount Lady revealed the name of her manager to the young man. "He's just one of my many budding fans who saw my greatness. It would be a shame not to give him a memento of my first success." She added with a hint of her fame-hungry attitude. Mount Lady then took the young man's notebook and opened it, revealing detailed sketches of her figure, her quirk profile, and even her signature move, Canyon Cannon. The level of detail in the profile initially unsettled her, making her skin crawl slightly. Flipping to the next page, she saw that the sketches were almost lifelike, depicting her in impressive detail. She also glanced at the previous page of his notebook. and they contained profiles of other pro-heroes with their signatures. She quickly rationalized this slightly creepy notebook, and assumed that this young man was maybe a dedicated pro-hero fan who enjoyed analyzing heroes and their abilities. She steeled her nerve, quickly averting her gaze from the slightly eerie profile and focusing on the blank page next to her profile, seemingly reserved for an autograph. With a flourish, elegant but slightly exaggerated hand movement, she signed the empty page with her signature. She even added a few hearts around her signature for extra fan service. "There we go," Mount Lady said, handing the notebook back to the young man. "Here you go, young man. I hope you continue to support me in my future endeavors." The young man received his notebook back with a beaming smile. "Thank you so much, Miss Mount Lady," he said with genuine gratitude and a bright smile. Seeing the young man's smile made Mount Lady slightly agitated. It was rare for her to encounter such a handsome young man, and she would have jumped at the chance to know him better if not for the fact that he was wearing a high school uniform. Luckily, before she could get too enticed by the idea, her manager suddenly interjected. "Okay, you've given your autograph. Let's go already," her manager urged, pulling her back toward their intended path, bypassing the young adoring fan of hers. "Why, let's." Mount Lady complied with her manager's insistence. But before leaving, she looked back at the young man and gave him a genuine smile. "Thank you for your support," she said, waving farewell. The young man nodded with a smile of his own and waved back to the departing pro-hero and her manager. But after they had left, his smile turned into a smirk. "Well, she doesn't have the thing I was looking for. Either, but," he paused for a moment, pondering to the pro-hero's figure from the distance. "She has the potential to evolve even further. And maybe—" Izuku looked up to the blue cloudy sky above him, seemingly staring at the endless blue sky. But his vision was way beyond than just the blue sky itself. She might be the key to connect to the land of light. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. Well, is our young man just a simple adoring fan? Or is he something else entirely? A future note, Mount Lady would be relevant quite later in the story, so don't think too much about it now, alright? Second author note. Someone commented of Izuku being a bit creepy, LMAO. I kind of written him based on Izuku being obsessed with anything tokusatsu related and trying to be not too plot revealing, but it came off kind of weird. So, I toned it down a bit, made him a bit straightforward, and also made it into a bit something more hopeful. Let me know if you like this direction betters. As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. Comment. 6. Chapter 25. Do you want to be a hero? 6. Another day of school. Well, that was certainly interesting, Izuku muttered with a smile as he resumed his journey to school. He had just witnessed the debut of a pro-hero and, seemingly, discovered a potential for something quite extraordinary in the process. Still, where the hell is that thing? He questioned, his smile tinged with irritation as he ruffled his green, fluffy hair in frustration. It seemed that whatever he was searching for, he had yet to find it. After all, he had purposely made a detour to the commercial district to look for it. He would have continued searching, but the young man couldn't forget his duty as a student. His mother would be quite sad if she found out that her son was skipping class. So, here he was, nearing his school, Aldra High School. The entrance was already bustling with students rushing toward the main entrance gate of the school. From a distance, Izuku could see the large turret clock hanging from the top section of the school building, and it was approaching the time for class to begin. "Hurry up, you lazy brat!" Izuku heard a shout coming from the entrance of his high school. There he saw a appealing brunette woman with a ponytail standing in the middle of the entrance. Her long, thin animal ears twitched slightly at the sound of rushing footsteps. Dressed in gym clothing, she urged the students to get inside. "Don't be late." Homeroom is about to start. Thus, Nico-sensei. Good morning, Nico-sensei. Many of the Aldra High School students greeted the lively female teacher cheerfully. While she appeared strict, it was clear that she was quite well liked by the student body. Izuku was no exception to this. As he approached the entrance, Izuku also greeted her casually. Good morning, Nico-sensei. It's you, Midoriya, she said, recognizing him immediately by his voice. Pretty rare for you to not be almost late for school. She raised an eyebrow slightly at him. Well, my usual detour route today was quite pleasant and uninterrupted, sensei, Izuku explained with a grin. Sai, maybe you shouldn't go around taking detours in the first place. Of course, sensei. I'll try that next time when there's nothing interesting going on. So never, huh? Nico-sensei sighed, her tone a mix of exasperation and amusement as she listened to Izuku's reasoning. Get inside already, she ordered with a firm yet endearing tone. Yes, ma'am. Opening the sliding door, Izuku stepped inside his classroom, just a few minutes before the school bell rang. Oh, it's Izuku. Hey dude, over here. Izuku heard his name being called and saw that it was his male classmates, huddled together near his desk. From the looks of it, they were engrossed in something being played on one of their smartphones. What are you guys watching? He asked, approaching them and trying to see what had them so captivated. Dude, look at this, his male classmate exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the screen of his smartphone. The video being played appeared to be a live stream. Someone said that All Might is currently here. In Muzutafu. Really? Yeah. Curious about the prospect of All Might visiting Muzutafu, Izuku leaned in closer to his classmate's smartphone. On the screen, a female content creator, wearing a mask that covered her visage, was vlogging near the towering skyscrapers of Muzutafu City. As she attempted to capture the tall structures of the city, All Might's figure could be seen soaring high among the urban concrete monoliths. Oh, it's really him. Interesting, Izuku commented casually, observing the figure of All Might in the video. It was definitely him, but Izuku noticed something peculiar. He's wearing casual clothes here. Yeah, we noticed that too, one of his classmates replied. So, is he on his day off or something? Izuku wondered. Probably. But still, it's pretty cool to know that he's in town. Well, he is a UA alumnus. It's not really surprising for him to be in Muzutafu, another classmate added. It was common knowledge that All Might was an alumnus of heroic studies at UA University, which was renowned for being the biggest and most prestigious program in hero training. So, his presence in Muzutafu wasn't too far-fetched an idea. I wonder what he's doing here, one of Izuku's classmates mused. Maybe he's here for a special event, another suggested. I heard he makes surprise appearances. Before anyone could offer more speculation, the sliding door of the classroom was forcefully swung open with a sharp thud, startling everyone inside. All heads turned toward the source of the loud disruption. And there stood one particular high school girl. Standing in the doorway was a young lady with short, spiky blonde hair that framed her face. Her appealing visage was striking, but the permanent scowl she wore gave her an intimidating aura. Her sharp eyes seemed to glare at anyone she glanced at, making people flinch and instinctively avoid her gaze. She had a well-endowed figure, accentuated by the black sailor uniform of Aldra High School, which she wore with a certain rebellious flair. Many of the students inside the classroom whispered amongst themselves at the sight of her, trying their best to avoid her intense glare by averting their eyes. It's Bakugo. Sheet, don't look at her. Watch out. One wrong move and she'll explode. To them, the young lady named Bakugo was not someone to mess with. Both boys and girls avoided her, not just because of her fierce attitude, but also because of her extremely powerful quirk. Everyone kept their distance, treating her presence like a ticking bomb. However, the only one who didn't shy away was, of course, Izuku. Katsuki? He muttered under his breath as he looked at his former childhood friend. This young lady was none other than Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki herself scanned the classroom for a moment before her eyes landed on Izuku. As they did, her glare suddenly intensified, becoming even fiercer. Both Izuku and Katsuki locked eyes. For a moment, his gaze casual while hers was intense. The air was thick with tension, a palpable silence settling over the room. Fortunately, Izuku was the one to break the silence. "Yo, Kaken. Good morning," he greeted nonchalantly, smiling and even throwing a friendly wave toward her. His classmates looked at him with a mix of anxiety and exasperation, as if they were all too familiar with this dynamic. Kaken clicked her tongue in annoyance, breaking eye contact as she walked into the classroom. She ignored Izuku completely, heading straight to her seat and sitting down without a word. Ding dong, ding dong. The school bell rang, breaking the awkward, tense silence in the classroom. The students slowly returned to their seats, preparing for another day of learning. Izuku, still staring at the back of the seated Katsuki, felt a nudge from one of his male classmates. "Yo, Izuku. How do you keep such a nonchalant attitude around Bakugo?" his classmate whispered, a mix of curiosity and caution in his voice. "Aren't you worried she might blow you up one of these days?" Izuku glanced back with a light grin on his face. "She's not as scary as people think," he said, shrugging off the concern. His classmate looked even more puzzled by this response. Before the conversation could continue, the sliding door of the classroom opened once again, this time with a gentler touch. An appealing blonde woman in semi-formal clothing stood at the entrance. Behind her, a pair of delicate, feathery wings, reminiscent of an angel's, spread gracefully. "Good morning, everyone. It's time for homeroom," she announced cheerfully with her bright and welcoming voice. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. Well, this was what I had mentioned before, that a few characters would be gender-swapped, and if you're already paying close attention, you might already know who's the second one that also got gender-swapped in this fanfiction. Oh, and another note. I made a slight revision to the last chapter. If you didn't see the change in the app, I heard clearing the cache helps with re-downloading the chapter. As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma. To see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. Comment. 3 comment. Chapter 26. Do you want to be a hero? 7. Aspiration confusion. Good morning, everyone. It's time for homeroom. An appealing blonde woman with angel-like wings stepped into the classroom with a warm and welcoming demeanor. Her straight blonde hair framed her face gently, complementing her kind smile. She wore a light blue blazer over a formal shirt, paired with a black knee-length skirt, an almost typical look for a teacher, which she was. As she walked into the middle of the classroom, the light blue blazer accentuated her graceful movements, making her presence feel soothing and approachable. On her hand was a stack of papers, seemingly holding something important for the class. She placed them on the teaching desk at the front of the class, then turned to face the students. Everyone who saw her entrance instantly brightened, as if the previous sour and tense atmosphere of the classroom had vanished, replaced with a much happier one. "Good morning, Sora-sensei." Everyone greeted with the same energy and enthusiasm toward the teacher, well, except for Katsuki, who was not in the mood for a morning greeting. Nor any such greeting or hospitality to begin with. Sora-sensei scanned the classroom, assessing each and every one of her students. So far, each of them displayed the typical demeanor she had always seen and come to understand. Even Katsuki, with her rebellious nature, was consistent in her usual state of expression. Her eyes landed on Izuku, and she seemed to have a slightly exasperated expression upon seeing him. Izuku noticed that Sora-sensei was looking at him and responded with a small grin of his own. "Midoriya-kun," she called his name with a slightly stern tone. "Yeah, what's up, Sora-sensei?" Izuku asked, maintaining his usual nonchalant attitude. "I just received your career aspiration paper this morning." She trailed off, giving him a stern look. "From your younger sister." Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. "So Chisa did give you my paper, huh?" he inquired, seemingly oblivious to Sora-sensei's disapproving tone. Man, what a good little sister she is. Geez, Midoriya-kun, that's not the issue here, she said with a slight pout, her expression a mix of concern and mild frustration. You shouldn't burden your sister with responsibilities like this, especially when she's busy with her gymnastics tournament. Sorry, sensei, Izuku replied with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. I almost forgot to submit it and asked Chisa for help since I knew you're her gymnastics club advisor. I had to take a detour for something really, really important. Sora-sensei sighed, shaking her head slightly. You and your detours, she muttered, a soft smile forming despite herself. The classroom filled with the sound of his classmates' laughter over his usual antics. Regaining her composure, Sora-sensei addressed the class more seriously. Listen, everyone, the Career Aspiration Survey paper is crucial for helping you think about your future paths. You're nearing the end of high school and are about to enter adulthood. It's important to start considering your goals and how you want to contribute to society. Her eyes returned to Izuku, the warmth in her gaze contrasting with her earlier sternness. That's why, Midoriya-kun, it's important to take this seriously. It's not just about turning in a paper, it's about understanding yourself and your aspirations. Izuku nodded, seemingly understanding her words. Got it, Sora-sensei. Are you sure about that? Sora-sensei inquired, not fully convinced by his casual response. The only reply she received was another playful grin, which made her sigh in exasperation. She then turned her attention to the entire class. And not just for Midoriya-kun, but for everyone here, she announced with a touch of urgency. Why us, sensei? We submitted ours well before the deadline, one student protested. Yes, you did submit your future aspiration papers on time, she replied to their protests, but then placed both hands on her hips and gave them all a stern look. But did you truly put thought into your future aspirations? Her question elicited a ripple of surprise and nervous glances among the students. Sora-sensei continued, I've read every paper submitted by the class, except for Midoriya-kun's, as his paper was submitted this morning. And I have to say, I'm seeing a troubling pattern here. She paused for a moment to fully address all of her students. Almost all of you have written that you want to be pro-heroes. The classroom buzzed with excitement as students began showcasing their quirks and eagerly expressing their dreams of becoming pro-heroes. While the rest of the class turned excited at the prospect, two students reacted differently, Izuku and Katsuki. Katsuki did not join in the fanfare, seemingly finding it annoying, even though she herself aspired to be a pro-hero. On the other hand, Izuku merely chuckled at their reactions, finding the situation amusing. Hey, don't use your quirk inside the classroom. Sora-sensei called out firmly to the students showcasing their quirks. Her expression then turned into one of exasperation as she observed their reactions, letting out another sigh. Look, I get it. Being a pro-hero is a noble and exciting aspiration, she said, her tone a mix of frustration and concern. But you need to take this seriously. Your future isn't just about your quirks and flashy battles. It's about understanding what you truly want and preparing for it. The students' excitement began to wane, replaced by sheepish expressions and murmurs of apology. Sora-sensei sighed and added, all of you need to consult with me again about your future careers. Whether you choose to be pro-heroes or pursue other paths, I want you to think about it seriously. Yes, sensei, the students responded, now looking more thoughtful. The message seemed to sink in as they realized the gravity of their choices. Sora-sensei's eyes narrowed slightly as she focused back on Izuku. Midoriya-kun, did you at least submit your future career paper with the same seriousness you claim to have for your future? Her tone carried a hint of skepticism. Izuku's casual grin remained unchanged. Yeah, I took it seriously, sensei. After all, it's not just about the paper, right? At the very least, Izuku had actually submitted a serious SBMSN for his future career paper and was just enjoying his life as a quirkless individual. However, he did not realize that his paper had been tampered with by a certain good little sister of his. I'll be the judge of that, Sora-sensei said with a sigh as she returned to the stack of papers. She picked up the first paper from the top of the stack, seemingly the future aspiration paper belonging to Izuku, and began to read it thoroughly. However, as she read, her expression grew increasingly troubled. Midoriya-kun. She muttered his name with a downcast look, still staring at his future aspiration paper. Yeah, sensei? He replied, oblivious to her concerned expression. Sora-sensei's white feathery wings suddenly spread out wide as she lifted her head, casting an angry glare toward him, surprising him greatly. Her eyes burned with frustration as she set the paper down on her desk with a slam. What the dash? Sensei? What's wrong, sensei? Midoriya-kun. Do you honestly expect me to believe your word? She demanded, her voice edged with disbelief and anger. What are you talking about, sensei? Izuku flinched, confused by the sudden intensity from the usually kind Sora-sensei. He stood up from his seat, trying to understand what was so wrong with his paper that had made her so angry. Sora-sensei kept a solid glare toward Izuku before holding up his future career paper for him and the class to see. According to your paper, you have put your future aspiration and next-level education as a pro-hero in UA University. What? All of the students in the class were shocked by the sudden revelation. Some of the classmates near the front row craned their necks to see the legitimacy of the career paper held up by Sora-sensei. They could clearly see, in what appeared to be his handwriting, the goal of becoming a pro-hero and attending UA University. Izuku's classmates also looked toward him to gauge his reaction, noticing that he was even more shocked by the revelation than they were. Izuku quickly stepped forward, eyes wide in disbelief. He reached out in almost a frantic manner, taking the paper from Sora-sensei's hand. As he scanned the page, his brow furrowed, blinking rapidly as he tried to process the contents. For a moment, he simply stared, the words, pro-hero, and UA University standing out in bold, clear handwriting of his. He shook his head slowly, as if trying to clear away a fog of confusion. Before bringing the paper closer to his eyes, reading it again more thoroughly. This can't be right, he stammered, his voice rising with each word. There's got to be some kind of mistake, sensei. I mean, I remember writing the other two aspirations of mine, but I have no recollection of writing pro-hero or even UA University. Sora-sensei's expression softened slightly, but her eyes still held a trace of doubt. Midoriya-kun, are you saying this isn't your writing? Then how did pro-hero and UA University become the first choice for each of your aspirations? Izuku nodded frantically, a mix of confusion and anxiety on his face. I don't know how these got in here in the first place, but I definitely didn't write them. There's something. Boom. Before he could continue his explanation further, a loud explosion erupted from behind him, causing the entire classroom to jolt in shock. The sound echoed through the room, the windows rattling with the force of the blast. Izuku whipped around, eyes wide with alarm, as he and everyone in the classroom looked at the source of the explosion. It came from none other than Katsuki, who had blown up her desk, leaving it in a smoldering state. She stood up from her seat and slowly approached the surprised Izuku at the front of the classroom. As she approached him, Izuku turned around and was about to say something. Katsuki. Katsuki immediately grabbed the collar of his Gakuren and brought his face closer to hers, her slightly lower height making the gesture even more intense. He could see the clear wrath visible on her visage. Izuku, what the hell is this all about? Explain yourself. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. How will Izuku going to get out of this predicament of his? As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma. To see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. One comment. Chapter 27. Do you want to be a hero? 8. Delusion. Izuku. What the hell is this all about? Explain yourself. Katsuki's voice echoed through the classroom, filled with a mixture of anger and disbelief. As she pulled his face directly in front of hers, Katsuki's wrath was evident on her visage. Her eyes blazed with intensity, locking onto Izuku's bewildered expression. The usually cool and collected Izuku was now caught off guard, his eyes wide with confusion as he tried to process what was happening. "Kaketsuki, hold on for a moment," Izuku stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm also confused here. There seems to be some—" "Don't play dumb with me, Izuku." Katsuki spat, her grip on his collar tightening. "What's this about you suddenly wanting to be a pro-hero?" Sora-sensei, seeing the escalating tension, stepped forward, her wings spreading slightly as she attempted to mediate the situation. "Bakugo-san, please calm down. This isn't the way to handle. Answer me, Izuku. Why the sudden interest? Why now?" But Katsuki's shouting overpowered Sora-sensei's words, her frustration boiling over as she snatched his future aspiration paper from his hand and held it up to his face. Sora-sensei flinched back at hearing Katsuki's sudden outbursts, hesitating as her expression showed a mix of concern and helplessness. She looked toward Izuku, hoping he would say something to defuse the situation. Izuku was still grappling with the shock of seeing pro-hero listed as one of his aspirations and why Katsuki, of all people, was mad at him for it. However, he tried to calm himself and explain properly. "Katsuki, listen. There seems to be some kind of misunderstanding here. I swear, I have never written pro-hero as one of my aspirations, let alone trying to enter UA University of all places." Katsuki's eyes narrowed, her jaw clenched in disbelief. "So what, you're saying this is some kind of mistake?" she said, moving the paper closer to his face. "You expect me to believe you didn't write this?" There was a pause between them as they locked eyes, trying to assess each other's intentions. Izuku then shook his head slowly, his expression serious as he addressed her doubt. "Yes, Katsuki. This paper was a mistake. I did not write my aspiration to be a pro-hero, nor do I have any interest in getting into UA University." Katsuki's eyes widened slightly, her anger faltering as she took in the seriousness of his tone. Her expression shifted rapidly, a mix of confusion, anger, and sadness. All these emotions played across her visage. She struggled to process his words, her grip on the paper loosening as her emotions swirled. His words left her momentarily stunned, caught between disbelief and unspoken concern. Katsuki hung her head low, her visage obscured by her spiky blonde hair. "Why?" Katsuki finally muttered, her voice barely audible. "Huh?" Izuku was puzzled, unable to hear her clearly. "Why not?" She continued to mutter, but her words remained too low for him to catch. "Katsuki?" Finally, she lifted her head, revealing a frustrated and saddened expression. Izuku was taken aback by the disconcerting sight of Katsuki's emotional turmoil. It was a stark contrast to her usual fiery demeanor. Her expression could only be seen by him and Sora-sensei as she had her back turned toward the rest of the class. Sora-sensei herself was visibly startled, her eyes widening in surprise at the unusual vulnerability Katsuki was displaying. It was an emotion she had never thought possible from Katsuki, who had always been standoffish and confrontational toward others. "Why not, Izuku? Why do you not want to be a hero?" she asked him, her tone low enough for only him to hear. "What?" Izuku was confused, struggling to understand the question Katsuki had just asked. But she didn't repeat her question, only staring at Izuku as if she was waiting for an answer from him. Without much he could do as she was still holding onto his Gakuran's collar, Izuku had to think thoroughly about what Katsuki was asking him. And choose his words carefully. "Katsuki," he began, calling her name. Katsuki herself was still staring straight into his eyes, waiting for the answer she was seeking. Izuku's expression turned serious as he gazed back into Katsuki's eyes. "I'm not sure if you've already forgotten, but I'm quirkless, you know?" Izuku finally answered, his tone serious. When he mentioned the word quirkless, Katsuki flinched slightly, as if the term had shaken her. Izuku noticed this, but chose to ignore it as he continued his explanation. "I can't be a hero without a quirk. You know that full well, right?" He continued, his eyes unwavering. Pro-hero is a dangerous occupation. And someone like me, who doesn't even have a quirk to defend myself against villains, would just be putting myself and others at risk. Katsuki's face shifted as she processed Izuku's words, a mix of frustration and understanding crossing her features. Her grip on his collar remained firm, even though her expression softened slightly. It was clear she was still struggling to fully accept his explanation. Despite recognizing the validity of his reasoning, a trace of frustration lingered in her eyes, as if she was grappling with the harsh truth Izuku had presented. She remained silent, her gaze locked onto Izuku, reluctant to release her hold or fully let go of their confrontation. Seeing this, Izuku was honestly beginning to feel uneasy and concerned. Katsuki seemed unwilling to let go of the fact that he was quirkless and that he shouldn't even consider trying to be a pro-hero. As if she believed it should have been the opposite. With a sigh, Izuku decided. He needed to be firm with her. He reached out and grasped her hand that was holding onto his collar, surprising her greatly. Izuku? Katsuki's voice wavered in surprise as she could feel the strong grasp of his hand. She was forced to let go of his collar, but his hand was still holding hers. Katsuki, listen to me, Izuku said, his tone resolute. I'm not sure where you got the idea of me being a hero, but listen to me well. He trailed off at the end, closing his eyes as if he was trying to muster the resolve for his words, before opening them with an intense gaze. I don't have any longing to become a hero, nor do I want to be forced into something I'm not meant for. He stated firmly, looking directly into her widened eyes as she was taken aback by the sudden intensity of his. She slowly grew anxious by it, as this was the first time he had ever looked at her with such unyielding determination. Katsuki, you have a very powerful quirk, and I know for a fact that you will be a great hero one day. But he trailed off at the end as his gaze became even more intense. She wanted to avert her eyes, but she felt like she couldn't, as if a strange force was compelling her to look back at him. Don't force your ideals on me. I'm not the hero you want me to be, nor the hero that you think I was in your own delusion. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock and hurt, her emotions swirling as she struggled with his words. She hung her head low as her visage darkened. She didn't say anything, nor did Izuku, as he just stared at her pained confusion. But she suddenly lifted her head and looked back at him, with tears welling up in her eyes. Deku, you idiot, she shouted, her voice breaking with frustration. She pulled her hand away from his grip and stormed out of the classroom. Okuga-san, Sora-sensei called out to the already gone Katsuki, while the rest of the class started to clamor over the oddly dramatic scene between Izuku and Katsuki. Meanwhile, Izuku only stood in his spot, his expression hardened. He was also feeling a complex mix of emotions, as he was left questioning whether his words towards Katsuki had been the right choice. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. A bit cheesy, eh? Well, why not? I like some soap drama too, you know. As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. 7 comment. Chapter 28. Do you want to be a hero? 9. Busier than usual workday. Mizudafu City Police Headquarters. The Mizudafu City Police Headquarters buzzed with frenetic activity as officers scrambled to manage the aftermath of the previous night's events. Urgent conversations and hurried footsteps filled the air as they handled the arrest and investigation of Murojirai Kirihara, also known as the Fog Villain. The police worked tirelessly to piece together the full extent of Murojirai Kirihara's crimes. The foggy night weather had turned out to be an artificial fog created by the villain, cloaking Mizudafu City for the past month and serving as a sinister veil for his even more sinister actions. 2 teams had been formed to address the recent atrocities. The first team focused on rescuing and rehabilitating the women who had been kidnapped, held captive, and abused in the villain's basement. The second team was investigating the whereabouts of the other missing individuals who had disappeared in the artificial fog, presumably killed by the villain. Amidst the chaos inside the police headquarters, near the chief of police's office, a particular white-haired woman waited, sitting on a nearby bench. Her appealing appearance was striking, with a few red strands in her otherwise predominantly white hair, and her bespectacled eyes reflected a mix of anxiety and fatigue. Her tired look added a somber edge to her otherwise graceful features, highlighting the toll the recent events had taken on her. She had just survived the ordeal with the fog villain the previous night and had been staying at the police headquarters since then. However, she had been summoned by the chief of police to discuss the events further. The weight of her recent encounter was evident in her tense posture as she awaited the meeting that would delve into the nightmare she had endured. However, as she sat there, her mind wandered back to a certain person. The Green Rider hero who had saved her from the fog villain. The memory of his heroic figure brought a sense of calm over her. She remembered how he had fought the fog villain, the fog monster, with absolute confidence and skill, easing her tension slightly. However, this newfound calm was accompanied by a curious pondering. She had seen her green-armored savior use a rather strange ability during the fight. While he had showcased extreme agility and strength, she had also noticed a metal-related quirk and a strange holographic ability, all of which seemed to stem from the odd white apparatus attached to the front of his hero costume's belt. She had recently learned that her hero was not a registered pro-hero. When she tried to describe his appearance to the police, they had no data or recollection of his identity, meaning her savior was, in fact, an unlicensed hero, or more precisely, a vigilante. The thought intrigued and unsettled her as she considered the implications of his existence and his decision to operate outside the law. Did he not consider registering himself as a hero with the authorities? She questioned herself. More and more questions began to cloud her mind, including the strange term he had used when the fog villain transformed into the fog monster. Turning into an Imagine already, huh? Imagine. She recalled the term her savior had used to describe the fog monster and how he had used his strange ability to separate the fog monster's true human form, the fog villain himself, as if they were two different entities. Todoroki Fuyumi-san? Suddenly, someone called her name, breaking her reverie. She looked toward the source of the voice. A policeman. "Why, sir?" she replied, standing from her seat. "The chief is calling for your presence, miss," the policeman informed her, gesturing toward the door of the chief of police's office. "Please come in." "Wise." "Thank you," Fuyumi replied, nodding in gratitude. She then walked toward the indicated room but hesitated for a moment as she prepared to meet an important figure. She paused before knocking on the door. "Excuse me. It's Todoroki Fuyumi," she announced. "Yes, come in, Fuyumi-sen," a feminine voice replied from inside. Fuyumi was a bit confused as to why the chief of police was using her given name instead of her family name, as formality would usually dictate, but she set the thought aside for the moment. She then slowly opened the door, and was met with three figures inside. The chief of police, an older woman in her late 40s, sat behind the desk in the middle of the office. Dressed in a formal dark gray women's suit, her short black hair framed her appealing but slightly aged visage. On the desk, a nameplate with the title Chief of Police and her name, Keimori Rina, prominently displayed, welcomed Fuyumi into her office. While the chief of police herself was already intimidating, what was even more surprising were the two other figures present, both of whom Fuyumi recognized all too well. "D-Dad?" Fuyumi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her father, the pro-hero Endeavor, standing before the chief of police's desk in his fiery hero costume. Although she knew her father had been called into the police headquarters to assist with the aftermath of the fog villain's capture, she hadn't expected him to be here, especially considering his usually packed schedule. Or perhaps he had a specific reason to be here, a matter he needed to discuss with the chief? "Fuyumi." Her father acknowledged her presence with a slight nod. Despite his cold and hardened demeanor, Fuyumi could still sense that her father cared about her well-being, likely the reason to why he was here now. But it was the other figure that left her even more shocked. It was none other than the number one hero, All Might. All Might? Fuyumi gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the blonde, muscular hero. However, he was dressed in what she assumed were his civilian clothes, wearing a simple white t-shirt and cargo briefs. "Good morning, young lady." All Might greeted her with his familiar cheerful grin. What's going on here? Why are you two here?" Fuyumi inquired, her confusion mounting. She had expected a routine questioning by the chief about the events she had witnessed, not an encounter with the top two pro-heroes. Moreover, she knew her father harbored an intense, almost unhealthy obsession with surpassing All Might as the number one hero. Seeing him in the same room with All Might was something she had never considered possible. "Calm down, Fuyumi," the chief reassured her, her tone composed. "Both Endeavor and All Might are here to discuss the matter of the fog villain you encountered last night." "The fog villain, ma'am?" Fuyumi echoed, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she stepped further into the room, keeping a cautious distance from the three intimidating figures. "Yes. As you might already know, the fog villain was responsible for the disappearances of individuals during the foggy night weather that plagued Muzutafu over the past month," Chief Kanemori explained, her expression serious. "The case has made significant progress with the discovery of the female victims held captive in the basement of his house. The only thing left is to find the remains of the other victims who most likely met a rather unfortunate end." Fuyumi felt a tightness in her chest as she listened to the chief of police recount the grim details she had already heard. Her tension was palpable, her mind racing with questions about where this conversation was heading. She glanced nervously between her father, Endeavor, and All Might, trying to gauge their expressions, but they remained as stoic as before. The chief continued, her tone measured and authoritative. "While the evidence against the suspect, Murojirai Kurihara, is overwhelming and the testimonies from the kidnapped female victims corroborate his guilt, there's an aspect of the case that hasn't been made public." She paused, her gaze locking onto Fuyumi's. "What remains unspoken and concealed from the public eye is the manner in which the fog villain was neutralized, allowing our authorities to apprehend him." Fuyumi's eyes widened as realization dawned on her. The chief was subtly probing for information about the hero who had saved her from the fog villain. "There is evidence indicating that a significant altercation took place at the scene of Murojirai Kurihara's capture. The street road bears multiple cracks and signs of destruction, alongside a distinct scorch mark suggesting an explosion occurred," the chief continued, her voice calm but insistent. "Additionally, witnesses reported hearing numerous beast-like roars emanating from the location, followed by the loud boom of an explosion. These were the key indicators that allowed our police force to locate and apprehend the suspect." She then turned her attention fully to Fuyumi, her expression softening slightly. "When you were rescued, you mentioned being saved by someone you referred to as the Green Rider hero. Unfortunately, our records have no data on any hero fitting that description. It seems your rescuer was operating outside the official hero registry." The chief leaned forward slightly, her eyes earnest. "Fuyumi-san, we would appreciate it if you could recount your experience. Any detail, no matter how small, could help us piece together the events of that night." Fuyumi felt the weight of their collective gaze on her, the room falling silent as all eyes turned towards her. She took a deep breath, steeling herself to share the incredible and bewildering tale of the foggy night where she encountered the Green Rider hero. The Kamen Rider. Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. Well, a pretty mundane chapters tbh. Next chapter would be where Izuku and All Might would have their fated meeting. Of course, it wouldn't be the same as the original question that Canon Izuku would ask him. As usual, check out my patreon.com/DemonKingAkuma to see more concept art and other content I would include in the future for this fanfiction. Of course, since I'm a shameless grifter, please also support me there as well. 'Cause I need money to eat and pay bills, hee. And also, check out my current ongoing original novel too while you're at it. See the misadventure of a supervillain's grunt in a world of superhero. Stay tuned for more. One comment. Chapter 29. Do you want to be a hero? 10. Found it. Ding dong. Ding dong. The school bell rang sharply, signaling the end of another school day. Students poured out of classrooms in a wave of noise and chatter, heading in various directions. Some hurried to their club activities, while others began their journey home with the Go Home Club. Among the crowd, Izuku made his way to the school corridor as a member of the Go Home Club as well. His thoughts, however, were focused on something more pressing. As he proceeded his way out of the school premise, Midori-Yakuin, please wait. Sora-sensei's voice called out to him, halting him mid-step. The hallway, once bustling with students, was now quieter, save for the occasional echo of footsteps. Midori-Yakuin, Sora-sensei said, her tone carrying a note of concern, do you happen to know where Bakugu-san is? Izuku turned to face her. There was a pause between them, before he nonchalantly shrugged. Sorry, Sora-sensei, I don't know where Katsuki is. He replied to her question, but trailing off at the end. Sora-sensei's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing his words, though she didn't press further. I see. Well, if you do come across her, could you please convince her to head home? She requested his help. Both us teachers and her parents have been looking for her, but we haven't been able to locate her whereabouts either. Again, there was a silence as both Izuku and Sora-sensei locked eyes, more so from Sora-sensei as she tried to read something in his gaze to her. Izuku then gave a casual nod. Sure, if I see her, I'll let her know. With that, Izuku resumed his walkout toward the exit of the school, leaving Sora-sensei standing alone in the empty corridor. She watched his retreating figure with a mix of concern and curiosity. Midori-Yakuin and Bakugu-san. She contemplated their relationship in her mind, remembering the odd and awkward dynamics between them. They had always been a bit unconventional since their first year of high school and as the two of her students whom she had closely observed under her homeroom guidance. The current situation only deepened her unease. What could possibly be going on between them? Sora-sensei wondered, her concern deepening as the last of the students dispersed. She was left alone in the empty corridor, her worry lingering in the silence. The school hallway now echoed with the quiet of the end of the day. Izuku walked through the evening streets of Mizudafu City, his search proving somewhat fruitless as the hours ticked by. Though he'd spotted a few interesting leads, nothing had panned out yet. He occasionally checked his smartphone, searching for something he had been hunting since this morning. While he hadn't found what he was looking for, he did stumble upon something, or rather someone, that might have potential. He would need to investigate further to see if she had the potential to access the far beyond, the land of light. Still, his thoughts were also preoccupied with someone else. A particular girl, his childhood friend Bakugu Katsuki, had been on his mind ever since their intense clash in homeroom that morning. The memory of Katsuki's frustrated shouts echoed in his mind. Deku, you idiot! Her anger and the tears that had almost spilled from her eyes. They had been troubling him ever since. Even though he maintained a composed exterior, inside, he was a bit torn. He still questioned if what he'd said to her was right or if he had made things worse. The pain in her eyes had been genuine, and it troubled him deeply. As the city's busy streets gave way to quieter, more isolated areas, Izuku ventured toward a less frequented part of Mizudafu. He headed for a tunnel beneath one of the city's larger urban bridges, an area that saw little activity. Normally, it was odd for someone to come here, but Izuku was deliberate in his choice. He checked his smartphone once again, trying to pinpoint his location and the location of what he had been searching for. It's around here somewhere, he muttered to himself, scanning the dimly lit tunnel with a sense of purpose. Just as he was about to move further into the tunnel, the manhole cover he had passed by shifted slightly. Izuku's attention snapped to it. A green sludge-like substance began to ooze out from beneath the manhole's cover, seeping through the air vents in thick, dark green streams. The substance slowly coalesced, forming a humanoid but monstrous figure that began to take shape. What a nice body you've got there, kid, the sludge creature said to him with a deep, ominous voice. Its grotesque eyes scanned Izuku's body from the top of his green wild hair to the bottom edge of his red sneakers. The sludge villain even smirked with its ugly, monstrous mouth and teeth, as if confirming its thoughts. Izuku, on the other hand, seemed unfazed by the sludge villain's sudden appearance and ominous tone. He merely turned around and looked at the sludge villain with a pensive gaze, as if assessing the creature's presence. Then, Izuku also smirked as he himself confirmed his own thoughts. "Found you," Izuku uttered toward the sludge villain, which was taken aback by the strange reaction from the young high school boy. The sludge villain had expected the boy to be terrified, but instead, it seemed that Izuku was the one that had been searching for it. "I don't know what the hell you're going on about, kid," the sludge villain said to Izuku. "But let me borrow your body for a moment." It snarled as it expanded its sludge body wide to attempt to capture Izuku. But Izuku simply stepped back, avoiding the sludge villain's grasp with ease. "What?" The sludge villain growled in surprise, missing the high school boy entirely. It then saw that Izuku was a few meters away, still smirking. Seeing Izuku's nonchalant attitude only served to anger the villain. "Hold still, you little brat," it threatened as it began to trudge toward Izuku with its sludge body. Suddenly, Izuku raised his right hand into the air. The sludge villain, seeing this strange action, stopped in its tracks. It immediately thought the boy was about to use his own quirk, noticing an equally strange digitized aura beginning to surround Izuku's hand. "Fighting back, aren't you?" the sludge villain said, preparing to intercept whatever Izuku was about to do. Clang. However, their confrontation was interrupted by something else entirely. The manhole cover that the sludge villain had emerged from was busted open from below, with the cover itself sent flying. Both Izuku and the sludge villain looked back toward the manhole entrance, and emerging from it was a large, muscular blonde man. "All Might. Fear not, young man. I am here." Author note, and shameless promotion as usual. For those that had been waiting for the resume of this fanfiction, rejoice. Because I am back to my usual BS and I'm finally continuing this story once again. On a serious note, sorry for hiatus. I had been kind of busy at the moment, trying to write a new novel because my previous one was a bust. Well, this time, I would try to actually make something that I think, yes, I think, might actually be well received. So with that being said, since I'm the most shameless grifter there is in the world, check out my new novel. It's the story of a prodigy football player as he ventured into a fantasy world filled with strange magical BS that strangely also has football game in it as well. Seriously, please check it out. I'm planning to make IT my new main series, using all of the writing skill that I had accumulated so far. Add it to your library so that it would boost my number. The first 45 plus chapters would be free of course, but after that, I'm going to monetize it. Sorry. Anyway, stay tuned for more. One comment. Chapter 30, Do you want to be a hero? 11, Plan B. The manhole cover flew into the air with a resounding clang, and from the darkness below emerged the mighty number 1 hero, All Might. He wasn't clad in his iconic hero uniform. Instead, All Might came up from the manhole in his civilian clothes, but his formidable presence was unmistakable despite his casual attire. Both Izuku and the sludge villain gaped at the sudden appearance of the legendary hero. Demenit. The sludge villain's grotesque eyes widened in panic, cursing its ill fortune. It had planned to hijack the high school boy's body in order to hide and escape from the number 1 hero, but it was already too late as the hero himself had caught up to it. Izuku, on the other hand, maintained a rather pensive attitude, though a slight frown creased his brow. His right arm, previously poised for a certain action, lowered as he faced the current situation. With All Might now on the scene, Izuku knew he couldn't proceed with his plan with the sludge villain, not with such a formidable witness in the vicinity. The presence of the number 1 hero himself demanded a different approach. The sludge villain, sensing its impending doom, made a desperate attempt to escape. It slithered toward the other end of the tunnel, where Izuku was positioned. "Move out of the way, brat," the villain bellowed in frantic fear, hoping to slip past Izuku and make its getaway. "Sure." Izuku actually complied without much of an issue, stepping aside toward the wall of the tunnel to let it pass through him. You would think he was complying out of cowardice, but that wasn't it. Izuku had already anticipated what was about to happen to the sludge villain. And what he was doing right now was just not trying to intervene in the inevitable. And that would be the unstoppable force, All Might himself. You will not escape justice. All Might's voice rang out with authority. He dashed toward the sludge villain, his fist drawing back in preparation. The very air around the tunnel seemed to crackle with anticipation as he prepared to unleash his signature attack. Texas! With a powerful yell, All Might swung his fist forward, delivering an almost earth-shattering punch. Smash! The powerful attack struck the sludge villain with overwhelming force, obliterating its grotesque form. The villain's sludge body disintegrated into a shower of dark green splatters that coated the tunnel walls and floor. Izuku had wisely stepped back toward the initial entrance where he came through, ensuring he was out of range of the nasty, violent explosion of sludge. He watched as the remnants of the villain's body splattered around the tunnel. The once monstrous figure of the sludge villain was now nothing more than a scattered mess. The tunnel fell silent once more, save for the dripping echoes of the remaining sludge stuck on the ceiling. All Might stood triumphantly at the center of the sludge explosion, his formidable presence undiminished. Remarkably, not even his civilian clothes were smeared by any of the nasty sludge. All in a day's work. Justice is served. All Might proclaimed proudly, his voice booming through the tunnel. He stood tall, radiating confidence and authority. But then, something caught his attention. He looked back, his sharp eyes locking onto Izuku. The sudden attention startled Izuku as he hadn't expected All Might to notice him. In an instant, All Might was in front of him, moving with a speed that belied his massive frame. "Are you all right, young man?" he asked Izuku with a concerned tone. "Did that sludge villain do anything to you?" Izuku, maintaining his calm, nodded. "I'm all right. Thank you for asking," he replied with a feigned gratitude. His gaze slowly drifted past All Might toward the scattered mess of the sludge villain inside the tunnel. You'd think the villain was dead, but a faint groan of pain echoed from the mess. The sludge villain's unique quirk might have granted it a semi-immortal body, as its groaning of pain continued, making the tunnel sound like a haunted place. All Might followed Izuku's gaze, his brow furrowing in confusion. He then realized that Izuku was staring at the sludge villain that he had just defeated, but was still barely alive in its scattered mess form. He seemed to think that Izuku was worried the sludge villain might try to escape again. "Don't worry, young man," All Might said with a reassuring smile. "This villain will face justice, no doubt about it." Without another word, All Might quickly pulled out a plastic-bottled carbonated beverage from the plastic bag that he had brought along with him. Izuku blinked in surprise, thinking the number one hero was about to take a quick drink after the fight. But instead of drinking it, All Might dumped the beverage's contents into the manhole that he and the sludge villain had both emerged from. Izuku couldn't help but find it strange. He'd expected All Might to chug the carbonated beverage like a true American enthusiast, not waste it. Like that. After emptying the bottle, All Might quickly dashed back to the scattered remains of the villain. With incredible dexterity, he began to skillfully contain the sludge villain's body into the bottle in a series of quick, precise movements. Eventually, the sludge villain was safely contained as All Might tightened the bottle's cap, ensuring the capture. Returning to Izuku, All Might offered him a confident smile. "It's safe now, young man. The villain is safely contained," he said, holding up the bottled sludge as proof. "I'm sorry you got caught up in this mess. As a hero, I should have been faster in catching up to him." "Sure, I guess." Izuku casually accepted the apology, though his eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance at the bottled villain. He clicked his tongue quietly, frustrated that his own plans had been foiled by All Might's timely intervention. Fortunately, the number one hero didn't notice his subtle reaction. "Ugh." But then, All Might's demeanor changed. He suddenly covered his mouth, and a hint of urgency appeared in his eyes. "Sorry, I've got somewhere else to be," he quickly said. "Farewell, young man." He was about to leap away with those powerful legs of his. Panic surged through Izuku as his eyes locked onto the bottled sludge villain in All Might's cargo brief's pocket. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Soon, All Might jumped away from the location of the tunnel as he soared through the sky. But then he felt an unexpected weight on his left leg. He looked down and found the young man he had saved, Izuku, clinging to his leg with surprising tenacity. "What the?" All Might exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the young man's boldness. Izuku, his grip unwavering, looked up at All Might with a determined expression. "I have something I need to ask you, All Might." Author note, and shameless shilling promotion as usual. Well, not much to say here. Though I do want to talk about how I'm starting to get a grip on what I should put next for this fanfiction. After not writing this, I would be lying if I said that I was not rusty or not getting a bit of a writing block. For starters, I haven't finished the design of his iconic motorcycle. I did have some initial designs, but I haven't finished yet. Also, eventually, Deku would also have his weapon arsenal. I already have something in mind in regard to both a sword arsenal and a gun arsenal, but still, again, both of them aren't finished yet. The gun itself would be a simple blaster, but the sword? I'll give you a hint. It would be in homage to a legendary Japanese sword. So with that being said, since I'm the most shameless grifter there is in the world, I also would be shilling my stuff. Check out my new novel, please. Fantasy Football 11. It's the story of a prodigy football player as he ventured into a fantasy world filled with strange magical BS that strangely also has football game in it as well. Seriously, please check it out. I'm planning to make it my new main series, using all of the writing skill that I had accumulated so far. Add it to your library so that it would boost my number. Read it too, 'cause I guarantee you it would be a fun read. The first 45 plus chapters would be free of course, but after that, I'm going to monetize it. Sorry. Anyway, stay tuned for more.